Hey, everybody. So we should be live. There's Joe. Joe, we're not tossing anything. I don't think anybody's putting anything in the trash today. We're just, going to get rid of it, by putting it on the auction table at, maybe a friendly local convention, that's coming up soon. Maybe something like that, So yeah, Matt's going to be joining us. He's going to be a little late. But he had to work. I'm sure he's got a lot of stuff he wants to get rid of. But so welcome everybody to the show. As usual, joined by Mike, Thunderstruck Workshop. Below him, Jason, and Ducato. As usual. Feeling better this week, Stan?
Yeah, much.
Yeah.
Still congested, but I'll probably have to get up and clear some things out before the stream's over. But I got my ass kicked for the whole weekend.
Yeah. Well, that's good that you're you're still alive and you're back. People were concerned.
Hanging in there. One more day.
Yeah, still being alive is a good thing, Roger.
It is. Yeah, it's fantastic. So, so thanks everybody for coming. So a little bit different kind of itinerary today. Everything's going to go as normal until 9 o'clock. And then at 9, from 9 to 10, Agile Monk is going to come on. He's pushing his Kickstarter, Wondrous and Dangerous Consortiums and Zendria World Guide and Lore Book. So he's jumping around a bunch of streams right now, doing that sort of thing. And then he'll be here from 9 to 10. And then we'll see where it goes and maybe have an after party or something afterwards on another stream that I set up. But that's neither here nor there. That's down the road. First, we got to talk about getting rid of stuff. But before we talk about getting rid of stuff, what
we getting new stuff?
What did we get, guys? Did you guys get anything good this week? Mike, what do you got? You got anything?
Nothing RPG related.
Nothing RPG related. I saw that
all arcade related.
You got some arcade things going, which is cool.
I've got orders coming in from about 8 different stores for parts.
Nice.
Yep.
I'm gonna have to get mine ready to go so that you grab them before you decide that you fill up your space already and you don't have room.
Well, I told you I'm ready whenever you are, but.
No, I know. You're waiting on me. Soon. Yep. Probably right after the convention.
Yep.
How far did you make it playing Dragon Slayer, Mike?
Not far at all. I suck at the game.
Yeah, I always suck at it.
I absolutely suck at it.
4 quarters was about it.
Yeah.
Yes. Take some more quarters. Take some more quarters.
Yeah. The only way I'm going to do that
is
through Tom Wilson's adventure, his Dragon Slayer adventure. That's how I'll play that game.
Yeah, well, I've got a cabinet ready for it, so I've been working on that image. Switched it over to just a small SD card because, that was a big one that I could put a lot of stuff on. I switched it over to a small card that's just going to have Dragon's Lair 1, 2, Space Ace, Thayer's Quest on it, and those are going to go in my Dragon's Lair 2 cabinet.
How much space does, say, Dragon's Lair 1 take?
Not much.
Because at the time when it was released, it was ahead of its time.
Right?
I mean, it was insane.
But it was still it was a laser disc, which, I mean, I don't know what the capacity of those old laser discs are. It's probably less than a CD was when they came out.
It's just crazy.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah.
Because that was the first one that I remember anyway. That when it came out, it literally looked like you were playing a cartoon.
Well, it was all Don Bluth animation.
Yeah. Yeah, that was cool stuff. Yeah. Technobabble says he bought some new printing and binding equipment to make RPGs that count. That absolutely counts.
Yep.
Using it for RPGs.
Yep.
See, I bought all my printing and binding equipment to print and bind homeschool stuff.
And that's only what it's used for.
That's only what it's used for.
Only. Yep. So.
It's awesome, Mike. Yeah, no, we'll
actually. I think sitting here sitting here on stream, I'm going to deconstruct the Atato 4-board stack and add some modifications to it. And I got the board, and it's an old Frontline board. I tested it today, and it works perfect. And then I've got they make these multi-kits for it, but it's not emulated. It literally, you take the game ROM board off, or game ROM chips off, and then this board fits in the chip slots, and then and it has the game chip for each one, so that you can switch between them. So it uses all original hardware. But this one's a little bit of work to put together because you got to take apart 4 boards and you got to put 2 daughter boards on it. So I thought, what better time than sitting here 4 hours talking to you guys on stream to
right. That's a perfect time to do it.
Yeah.
No, that's cool. And we still got to do a video, old school video game stream too. People want that. So we definitely got to schedule that. Maybe we'll get some of the internals there.
I told you if you wanted to do it live on location, well, you got to wait till I get the garage done.
Yeah. We'll see. What'd you get, Jason? You get anything good this week?
I did. I had to go to Rochester to get the car work done. So of course I went to Millennium Games like every time.
Sure.
So I got this.
Oh, cool.
Because I did not get this with the Kickstarter. I went bare bones with the Kickstarter. And then when I saw this sitting at your place, I was like, and it wasn't like, I missed out. It wasn't that. I was like, this is exactly what a player needs. So I was like, I'm just going to get it.
Yeah.
And I wish that Edgelord were here because I wonder if this is his. This was in the first, as soon as I head into Millennium Games, I immediately hang a right and look at their used old school RPG bin. And I picked up the Gray Knight for Pendragon 4 months ago, and Edgelord was laughing because he was like, "Oh, that was mine. I just dropped it off." So I saw this and I went, "I wonder if that's his."
I wonder.
But it's mine now. Picked up this.
Nice.
Cool.
And honestly, I have not even cracked it open yet, but I am going to. You guys keep talking about Delta Green over and over, and every time you talk about it, I'm like, man, that really sounds good.
So I'll make this real quick and not to derail you, but we did play again this week.
And it went
we've been
just
off
as well?
for 3 weeks. It went great.
See,
in this adventure, there's actually a puzzle box that the guys found. It's called a green box, like a storage locker that Delta Green uses to put stuff. And there was one that had gotten broken into, and there was stuff scattered everywhere. And they went to inventory it, and they opened up a box, and there was a little puzzle box, a 9-sided puzzle box. And one of the players kept playing with it. It was like a nested box. Inside of it was another and another and another. He gets down to the final one, can't find a way to open it. And they're like, do I know anything about this? Well, it is specifically said in there, like if somebody knows about the occult and they have this much rating, they can make a roll. Well, one of the guys did. So he made a roll and he goes, yeah, I've heard about, these types of boxes, and there's like a 9-digit number you can use. And he made his roll and remembered what the number was that he had heard about. So then the other guy's like, well, can I apply that number? Maybe it's sides or whatever. You got to push on them. Well, and then it says in the book that if somebody figures that out and they want to do it, they make a roll on their, I forgot what stat it was, but he wanted to do it. And I'm like, are you sure you want to do it? Yep, I want to do it.
It's the Hellraiser box. You don't mess with these things.
He did it. He opened it. There was a blinding flash of light, and his character and the box were gone. I handed him over an NPC and said, Ray Peterson is no more. And you should have seen the looks on their face. And I'm like,
that's awesome.
I'm like, guys, it is what it is. I was debating whether to use it, and they were like, no, that's perfect. They were like, I'm going to fuck with the next box too. I'm like, hey, if you don't mind. But they loved it. When the session got done, it was another session that we like, oh my God, guys, it's 9:00. We got to wrap it up. And my neighbor sitting across from me was like, I know I've said it before. I'm going to say it again. He goes, this game is so awesome. So have fun with it. I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah. The whole Cthulhu thing is not my bag. I've said that many, many times.
Yeah.
But when everybody tells me how good Delta Green is, I'm like, okay, I have to put that aside and check it out. So I messaged Stan and Roger, and I was like, okay, I want to check out Delta Green. Give me the one book I need as a player that I can look at it and know what the game is.
That's the only book you need at any role.
Yeah.
Because the Keeper's Guide doesn't have rules in it. It has lore.
There was like half a dozen books on the shelf. So in both of them are like agents. That's all you need. And I was like, oh, so easy, dude. If I don't need to buy the whole library, I'm in.
Yeah.
So, and I got this. I only picked this up because last week, I think it might have been Matt, but somebody was talking about playing Mercs. I had never even heard of it until then. So when I saw this, I was like, well, clearly I'm meant to have this. And it was only $10. So if it sucks, I don't care. I'm going to throw it in the get rid of pile. It was $10. Whatever.
Yeah. Now, wasn't it Matt that said he's going to run a Delta Green game at the con?
Yes. And unfortunately, it conflicts with my Shadow Rim game that I am running.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So I was very unhappy when I saw that.
Yeah.
So we'll try again some other con.
Yeah, MEPA or maybe we'll see.
Yeah.
Well, he's coming in late Friday, but we'll figure it out. We'll see. Maybe
it out.
Yeah, I don't know when he's leaving Sunday.
I got those 4 things. I also bought a new laptop that'll be here next week, but that's entirely different. It's gaming related though. So yeah, man, I had a really good week. That's what I got.
Good.
Nice. Stan, how about you?
Yeah, I got this from Drive-Thru, the Planescape. It's a box set, but obviously they printed it as a book. I got this for some campaign research.
That's cool. Yeah,
that was it. Yeah, so I got that. I got to play a little bit this week. So we played Dragon Slayer on Friday. My son started a campaign. That was awesome. We had a great time. It was freaking mint. He did a great job. Put a ton of work into it. And then I ran CNC on Sunday, which was good. It went well.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, Joe says the best superhero RPG he ever played was $10. Sometimes $10 RPGs are great. Yeah,
that is true for one of my all-time favorite video games, Saboteur. I found it at Target in the sale bin for $10, and I was like,
wow.
$10. Man, I love that game so much, dude. It is so much fun. $10. Awesome.
That's awesome. So we had our Shadow Dark game. It went well. It got cut a little short because somebody had to leave early. And the rest of the players did not, they didn't want to really continue. So, without their fighter, basically.
That was a smart move.
So so I let them rest there for the night, and then we'll pick up next week where they left off.
Shut that door. Can you hear the dog?
Thanks. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Mike. Other than that, so we did that. Andy stopping by to say hello. Good to see Stan back. You just had an epic storm over here. Thunder, lightning, rival, whatever, saw in Florida. Have a great show, guys. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Andy. Take care, buddy.
We had great weather when I was in Wales, but I would have loved for a badass thunderstorm to roll in. That'd have been really nice.
Yeah. As far as stuff that I got this actually showed up today. That's the Axe Treasure Tome. Adventure Conquer King System. Yeah. Treasure Tome. Really, really pretty cover. It's got all the cool, magic items and all that stuff, in there. So fun stuff. So it's got a whole bunch of, the wonderful classic treasure tables that I love so much.
Very nice.
So nice. And all the stuff for that fits into Axe. So cool stuff.
Very cool. Man, it looks great. All his stuff is just beautiful. So
all the books, all the books look fantastic. Been doing a lot of convention planning and stuff.
You got a convention coming up?
How
We
come?
got a convention coming up. Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a convention coming up. I don't know if you guys heard of it. Central New York role-playing game convention there. I got my shirt.
Oh yeah, I got my shirt too. That was the other thing I got.
But oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Stan sent me a picture of the shirt. He's not even wearing it. Son of a gun.
I got my Hyperborea shirt on.
You got the
Sorry.
Hyperborea. You got to rock the Hyperborea. That's okay. To it's more important than I am, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah. So we've been talking about some stuff. So I think Bloodworth mentioned bringing some stuff to trade to CNY.
Yeah,
He's got some other
He's
books.
talking about it.
Yeah. And I was talking to some other guys, that Dan and Jeff and stuff, and they all said, it's kind of similar things like, hey, maybe we'll bring stuff to trade and all that. So I think what we're going to do is during the meet and greet on Friday, we're going to let people come in, let people bring in, swaps. So if they want to swap stuff, trade stuff, like nothing formal. I don't want to have like a flea market thing set up. I'm not going to charge people for tables. I mean, like, just, hey, here's a couple tables back here, like, where the lights are on when the movie's going, and like if people want to, trade stuff or sell stuff or whatever, then that's fine.
You don't think that'll interfere with the auction?
No, I mean, so that'll be Friday, and then I'm like, whatever doesn't sell or whatever, if people want to put stuff in the auction, they're more than welcome to. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I thought about it. I don't really want to. I mean, I think it'd be fun. Like I don't want to take that away from people or whatever. So
I'll
if people
certainly
are planning on
participate.
bringing stuff. Yeah, I think it'd be cool. If we can work up some sort of trade thing. Also, another thing that I talked about doing. So I recently got a sack of dice, sans sack, dropped off at my house, and went to put some of those sets together, and there were like 4 sets in the whole thing, 4 or 5 sets. Well, some of them are, I think they don't have the D10, they don't have the percentile D10s in them. I think that's just the way the sets are.
They're old school. They only have one D10.
Yeah. So I think what I'm going to do is put oh, there's Matt. I'm going to put a dice tray out, possibly on the registration table, and it's just going to have random dice in there that I've got, from this stuff and other things. I'm going to encourage other people to bring dice, and it's just going to be a dice tray that's loaded with dice that's going to be like one of those give a penny, take a penny things or whatever. So like if anybody's got single dice or whatever, or just some weird stuff they don't want, like drop it in there and swap, just trade for, something that looks cool. Or if you need a die or you need emergency D20 during the game, like just grab one and, there you go. And I mean, I don't know. I think that'd be fun. It's just a little thing.
An emergency D20?
Not everyone is as neurotic as I am about their dice.
Yeah,
so
Mike,
I'm sure that'll be fine.
Mike, go to a couple conventions with Jason and you'll understand.
God.
You'll understand.
Yeah,
no touch, no touchy.
Yeah, but we were playing an impromptu game at I don't even remember what con we were at, but it was some friends of ours. It had to have been PAX, but some friends from out of town came, and Roger and I hooked up with them, and we were down in the lower level of one of the hotels, and Roger's like, "Yeah, here, I'll run something," and we're like, "Awesome, let's do this." And my dice were up in my room, and I didn't want to up there and get them, so I was like, "Hey, can I borrow a set from somebody?" And oh my God, dude, Ethan, our buddy Ethan, opens up his dice bag, and it was pure chaos coming out of that bag. And I physically recoil from it. Oh God, what are you trying to do to me, man? So I was like, I'll be back. So I run upstairs and get my dice.
You were trying to put sets together, and you're like, "Oh, damn it, man! You don't have a full set."
Man, it was horrible. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I had to use my own dice.
I gotta go. I'll be right back, guys. I can't deal with this. Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, that sack of dice that Roger's talking about is I brought him over, and I kept the bag, of course. And but I pulled them out, and like he said, they don't have the second D10, and I'm like, okay, I don't need that. One's missing a D20, and if there's a die, like, because I'm weird, I inventory my dice on a regular basis, and if I dump them out, and if I find one that doesn't, maybe the cat got one of the D4s, I don't care. If there's a dice set that's missing a die, it's dead to me. I have to get rid of it.
I'm the same way, dude. And just if it makes you feel better, I am the same way. I will. Yes, I
thank you,
completely
Matt.
am the same. If you dump out a giant thing of dice, I'm immediately hunting out the set, and if it's not complete, I start to like.
Yep, I will go spend money on a new set if I have to. I'm not playing with this craziness that you've got going on here. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect dice sets. I mean, I'll buy sets and stuff. I don't have that. I got enough things psychologically, that my incomplete dice sets like that doesn't make my eye twitch. Thankfully, right? Like
I know it's not. I know it's not rational. I'm fully understanding there's that, but like I don't know. But then part of me is like, you know what? I work hard. I work a lot of hours. If I want to sit down, I want to use dice to match, and I have all of them.
It breaks the harmony of the dice set if they are mismatched. I cannot do it.
Yeah, Joe was with you too.
Thank you, Joe.
That. Yeah. Yeah. No, I definitely get it. I get it. But yeah, so those are going to be there. And then if people want to, if they need something or whatever, or maybe they'll find like a long lost die, right? They'll find something that goes to a set that they lost or something. I don't know. Who knows? Somehow it fell through a wormhole and ended up in central New York. I don't know.
That's right.
But who knows? But yeah, so we're doing that. In other news, Friday, which is the 29th at 11 p.m., 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. I wrote down 11, but I think it's 10. I'm not sure. I'm going to be on the second watch, which is Lord Mateus and Gary talking about the convention because they want to talk to me about the convention because, I don't know. I guess I've got some knowledge on that subject now. And then Saturday, this Saturday, the 30th at 4 p.m., I will be on Joe Block's channel talking about running a convention. So that'll be fun. So catch me there. I'll try and post links and stuff to that, once I get them.
That's this Saturday, you said?
Yeah, this Saturday. So this Friday night and this Saturday. What?
I'm surprised he's not at Concoction. It's that weekend.
Oh, that's true. I don't know. I'll have
he lives in New Jersey. You just want to double check that.
I'll have to confirm.
Yeah.
I will have to confirm with him. But yeah, that's a good catch there, Mike. So, but yeah, we'll figure that out. But yeah, that's all I got for that. So
Roger, I have a question for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I love questions.
We always stay on topic. This is the only podcast that I've ever done. I'm on here every week. We have a good time. We talk about things that I think are interesting, blah, blah, blah. You've been on several different podcasts. And Matt, I think you probably have too. I don't know about the rest of you guys because honestly, I don't watch the stuff. When you go from podcast to podcast to podcast, do you start getting bored with these? Does it start getting old or is it still like super interesting for you?
No, it's weird, right? Like talking about the convention, I always feel like, okay, I'm going to get the same questions over and over again. And I mean, you do, right? You get some of the same questions and I just get used to answering them, but sometimes you just get off the wall questions or like some off the wall discussion will start that just, is something new. And, I mean, you guys know me. I mean, I like to talk a little bit.
I hadn't noticed.
So somebody starts talking to me about, what's going on and what, and I mean, especially when it relates to the gaming world and all that, I mean, I'll just, I just, talk about it,
Cool.
So in the convention and stuff. Yeah. And it's different. So everything's different. Everybody's got different opinions on stuff. And, so, I mean, it's kind of nice to hear, like, I mean, we all have different kind of, opinions on a lot of things, obviously. But, other people that are out there have, even, more different opinions,
Sure.
So,
yeah. Okay, cool.
Just interesting. I don't know, Matt, you got anything that you want to add to that? I don't know how many.
It's similar if you're doing one with people that you have a good dialogue with, like this. Like I could very easily see us all just sitting down to have dinner and a few beers and having the same conversation for 4 hours. So it doesn't sound like it feels like work. I'm not plugging anything. You know what I mean? So I've done a few others that feel like that, and then occasionally there's something that does not feel like that. It feels like work or something, and you go, well, that one's not for me. So
cool.
Yeah. Well, thanks for sticking with us.
Yeah. I've done a few others that, they're fine and all, but it's not something I could do every week like this one.
Okay.
Aww.
Well, here's the thing. We joke about it, but there's no on topic in this stream. We go all over the place, right?
Yeah.
We just sit and we just talk, and whatever, the conversation will go where it goes. We try and stay on topic. Last week we did pretty good.
Yeah. I try and have a general vibe, but it's hard. Yeah.
It's because Stan wasn't here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was.
He breaks it every time. Yeah. You see him over there, he just doesn't shut up. But no, I mean, but you get on another stream where it's very, they've got a script and they want to keep it on topic and everything. It's fine. You do it and you get on for like, all the other streams I got on, they wanted to talk to me about the 3D print business.
Right.
But it's also hard when you get on these streams. Like, there's plenty of people in this hobby that they know gaming and they have some minis and terrain, but they don't have the slightest idea how the manufacturing works, the business side of it works, any of that.
Right.
And I've been on streams before when I've had people trying to, basically contradicting me about, like how the business works, how licensing works. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
I guess you got it figured out. I do it. I pay the licensing fees. I sign the contracts.
Yeah. Why are you asking me questions if you already know the answers?
But yeah, I couldn't do other streams regularly.
Yeah. There's definitely some out there where, some people you talk to and like, you want to bang your head against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but most people, those are few and far between. For the most part, people are great to talk to, and and all of that. I think, like Mike said, it's the people that have like a script and everything that like gets kind of boring, because like you got to follow this thing, and it's like this is going to happen, and then this is and this and then this, and you really don't have like that free form discussion, which is where I think I feel like I thrive there.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know how it happened. There's 5 of us right now. Matt's a new regular, but he's a regular. And that even without the script, I feel like, I don't know. I always I listen to our podcast. We do this Tuesday nights.
Yeah.
Usually Thursday afternoon, I listen to the podcast because I want, a lot of times I miss what's being said. I get distracted, but it's always interesting to me, and we're not scripted. And although I don't do it regularly, like I said, I have listened to other unscripted podcasts, and they drive me crazy. I mean, it's I don't want to listen to this anymore. So I whatever you're doing, man, keep doing it. I think this is great.
We'll keep doing it. I mean, it's so long as everybody keeps showing up.
Yeah. Well, and I think maybe I just want to hear my own voice because God knows I talk a lot. But when I was in Wales and I wasn't on that podcast, dude, that was one of the best podcasts I've ever listened to when Paul was on. The whole 3 hours, I was totally enthralled by what you guys were talking about. So bang on, man. Just keep going. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, people, if you guys here in the audience keep showing up, I mean, we'll, keep doing it. I mean, I think it's fun.
Eventually it's just gonna be the 5 of us. There won't be anything going on.
Yeah, it won't be anybody. But I mean, and the whole thing, like when this started anyway, it was me and you sitting in a car for 6 hours driving back from
That's right.
Page or from MEPA or whatever, and we're just doing this. So
two nerds in a car talking about D&D for 6 hours.
Yeah.
You should have mounted your phone right on the dash and just live stream the road trip.
Angle it up so you can see my nose hair.
Yep.
Yeah.
Angle it up so you see the nose hairs. Yep. It's very popular. Yep. Yep. I don't want to call anybody out, but yeah, there's somebody that does DoorDash, I think, while he streams.
Yeah.
But yeah, so um I started going through the stuff on my shelves. And you guys know me. I buy a lot of stuff, the whole FOMO thing. And yeah, I know. And I'm trying, right? Like I'm trying to be better with, getting rid of stuff, not keeping stuff. Um I pulled maybe 20 books off the shelf,
Wow.
which was, pretty good for me. I mean,
It was difficult
I
for
thought
you, wasn't it?
it was very difficult. I mean, I thought I was going to end up with like 3 or 4 or something. And now I'll admit there's a few of these that are you guys will call cheating.
Is it
So
like
I'll,
6 copies of the Player's Handbook or something like
I'll
that?
I'll get through those first.
Okay.
So we can get that out of the way. But I assure you, they're not all like like this stuff. But so, and I mean, we could just keep going around or whatever. But the first thing that's going to go to CNY and see if anybody wants to trade for it is the Blacklight books, because this is a soft cover and a hard cover, because I got the second printing.
So that's the first printing, the one that looks
So
good.
this is the first printing with the awful white margin on here that
is flawless,
just completely unacceptable. But yeah, I know people complain over that.
I would take that.
Yeah, well, there you go. Right. So I got a hard cover and I got a soft cover. They'll be going with me to CNY, and I'll probably be doing some swaps with Matt.
See, I would have traded for that too if I hadn't already ordered it. I'm just waiting for my copy to show up.
Yeah, I bought the PDF. But if you have a physical one you're looking to move, I feel like I would probably want
it. Yeah. No, I love it. That's perfect. And then I guess I'll just go through these really quick. All the stuff that I have that's like duplicates. I also have I have 2 copies of the Monster Manual 2.
Nice.
These nice. 3 books actually came with a pack of books that I bought. There's a Fiend Folio there.
Fiend Folio.
And there's my Deities and Demigods. These 3 books.
I might want that one too.
It's got a little it's got some water staining.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah. It's it's not
through
the whole book, but it's but it there.
I don't want Poseidon's copy. I want to.
Well, it's 50 years old, so
yeah,
But
those 3 books that came from a stack that I bought from somebody, I believe it was at MEPA. He had them like bound up in like twine, and he wanted like $100 for it. And he had like the 3 core books and that, and there was a couple other things. And I bought them.
Here's the problem with age. Like Jason just said, this thing's never been exposed to water or anything. 50 years old, sitting on my shelf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's only those 2 front cover pages, and no, it's not even the back. It's just the 2 front cover pages. Couldn't tell you why it did that, but yeah.
I got a couple copies of Basic Fantasy 4th edition, because that, I'm only going to keep, one of those for myself. Somehow I ordered 2 copies of Baptism of Fire. I have a hard copy and I have a soft cover. So I'm going to get rid of the soft cover. There you go, Stan. Yeah.
If I didn't already have that one,
yep.
hardcover.
Yeah.
So soft cover's going bye-bye.
Yeah.
And I've got this Dungeon Crawl Classics. This is still in the shrink. They this was from one of the Kickstarters that they did, and when they sent it to me, it had this this kind of thing there that's got a dent, and I kind of complained about it because this was like it's an Earl Otis cover.
That's what I was
It's
about
like
to say.
my thing.
That's EO.
And
There's no way you.
and so I was like,
that.
man, this kind of sucks. Like, and it they packed it like poo poo. There was nothing around it, and and so it kind of hit, and it's kind of smashed in, and it's really like loose right there, or soft. So I took a picture, I sent it to them, and they were like, oh, we'll send you another one, and just keep that one. And so I kept it, and the other one I opened, and I have it, but so I think I'm going to get rid of this one because I don't need 2 copies of it, and I already have, I don't know, I think 6 copies of the DCC core book.
Oh, is that the core book? I didn't hear you say.
Yeah.
That. Okay.
It's a core book. Yeah.
I can tell you one company you'll never see that from. Chaosium packs, like you get a Chaosium box and it feels like a freaking brick when you get it. You open it and it's
really
like everything inside of it is wrapped in bubble wrap inside of a box that goes inside of another box with void fill.
Wow.
Yeah, nothing's getting damaged.
That's awesome.
When I ordered that stuff from Chaosium and it showed up, I was like, "Oh my god, this is like how everybody should do it."
Yeah, Game Nerds ships like that also. Have you ever buy anything from Game Nerds?
Yeah.
They're like the opposite of Amazon.
Yeah.
Every book is like double bubble wrapped. Everything is like it's all void filled. Like the box is the right size for the stuff you're getting. Like everything I've ever gotten from there is immaculately packed.
I'm waiting to see what happens. I ordered just yesterday. These guys have seen on Facebook. I've been posting about my arcade stuff, and I have a thing. It's called a Raspberry Pi JAMA converter. So the Raspberry Pi mounts to it, and then it runs HDMI into it, converts it to EGA, CGA, and runs through the JAMA harness. And they're like $150. Well, I saw a guy just posted one up for sale for $80. Said he bought it. It's had it for a couple of years. He never used it. Wanted to get rid of it. And it's on these arcade forums where lots of people sell stuff. So I'm like, I'll take it. I'll put it in another cabinet. He messages me last night and he's like, well, it's probably going to cost about $20 to ship. I'm like, no, it's probably going to cost it's just a small little PC board.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's probably going to cost about $8. I do this. He goes, well, it's probably better in a box than putting it in a padded envelope. Don't you think? I was like, oh my dude, if you're going to put it in a padded envelope, we'll just cancel the sale.
Yeah.
That thing needs to be boxed with void fill. I'll pay whatever the shipping is. And I think he came around. I sent him to Pirate Ship. He messaged me today. Oh my God, you're right. It's only $6.80 to ship it with that. I'm going to use that from now on. And God,
yeah,
I don't understand people, whether it's books or electronics or what, that just like slap it in a box. I mean, I've gotten arcade boards before that they threw in one of those. I don't know. I don't even know what kind of cardboard it is. It's so like soft and flexible. The boards had literally ripped through the side of the box and were sticking out of the box when it showed up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
Amazon doesn't even want to use boxes anymore for books. They throw them in those bags and just throw it on your porch.
Yeah, freaking horrible.
Yeah. Some stuff they'll slap a label.
Yep.
They slap a label on it.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yeah, they ship some board games like that. They'll just stick a shipping label on the outside of a board game box and ship it. It's insane.
It's like that's crazy. We got like a 20-pound bag of rice, right? And it came with like my monthly order of my wife likes these potato chips. I forget, they're Miss Vicky's whatever potatoes. So we order a box of like 50 of them, and they took the box of 50 potato chip, small, the small potato chip bags, and they had this 20-pound bag of rice, and they just clear taped it to the side of the potato chip box. Jesus. And then slap the label on it. And that's how it ended up on my porch. And the box was all like caved in because it's got, a 20-pound thing on it. And I'm like, what the frig is this? So they sent another.
Yeah, I ordered a thing. What the hell is? They're like Fig Newton bars, but they're like these healthy ones. And they usually come in a box, and sometimes they'll just slap a label on the box. So one day I get like a generic like Amazon bag, and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
And I'm like, what did I order? Like, I don't even know what this is. And I was actually thinking, oh, this must be some gaming thing I ordered, and I'm like, I was filming it like I was going to do an unboxing video. I open it up, it's these Fig Newton bars. I was like, what? Where'd the box go? They're packaged in a box, like a sturdy box, and like, nope, we just dumped them in this bag, sealed it, and I was like, Jesus.
You should have finished filming and just posted that.
I should have.
Great, like April 1st video.
Look at this.
I don't have any shame.
Fig Newtons.
I don't have any shame. When Amazon does that crap to me now, it immediately goes for return.
Yeah.
Yeah. You throw a book in a bag and it gets thrown on my porch and it's all dinged up when I get it. You take it back.
Yeah.
It's terrible. So
yeah, their packaging is horrible.
You were talking about the good packaging. I ordered my Ashes Without Number and a couple other books from Kevin Crawford. And I was like, man, how's it going to look when it gets here? Good Lord. Those things were locked in a vault, wrapped in all kinds of great stuff. Yeah. Perfect condition. So people can do it right. Others just choose not to.
You know who can't do it right? Troll Lord Games.
Boy.
So listen, I
knew that was coming, man.
I bought a Troll Lord Games coffee mug years ago, and I have like 4 of them here because they kept sending them fucking broken.
Oh,
and every time I get it, the handle's broken off it. And they're like, oh, we'll send you another. We'll send you another one. So I glued the handle back on them. And one of them's sitting in with my resin printer, and I use it to put, like, I have a toothbrush I clean the resin off with, and it sits in there. I'll never use that for coffee. I've got one sitting on a shelf that's got little parts in it. And I'm like, come on, guys.
Oh, my God.
It's not that hard. Wrap it in bubble wrap. Put it in a sturdy box so it's, void fill. It will make it just fine. People do this every day.
What
Go ahead, man.
So, I just want to keep going. Mike, what do you got that you're getting rid of? You culling anything or what?
Well, I don't know what I'm going to bring with me. I'm definitely going to cull. I can tell you now, my 5e stuff is probably all going to go. My Star Wars Fantasy Flight games, that whole shelf's probably going to go. Castle of Crusades is going to go. I don't know. I've got, some DCC stuff, maybe Hyperborea. I've got a bunch of POD stuff, like those 3E hardcovers they had that were like the Castle Greyhawk one, and there's a Ravenloft one. And, those I might go.
Is this DCC you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about like I got a bunch of different ones of these.
Oh yeah.
These were 3rd edition, and I bought them all. They're all PODs, and they're actually pretty good for PODs. They got good binding on them. They look good.
The Ravenloft one's good. I have that Ravenloft.
Actually,
if you're selling it, I'll buy that Greyhawk one from you.
Well, it's funny because I said Ravenloft, but I don't have Ravenloft. I have Expedition to Dark Web Pits. What's the other one here? The Demon Web Pits, Under Mountain, and Ruins of Greyhawk. I mean, just a lot of stuff that I'm probably going to move. I don't know if you guys ever got any of these for OSE, the BX Advanced Bestiaries. I think the 3rd volume's now out. This is volume 2.
I heard they were good. You don't like it?
No, they are. I've got 2 of this one.
Oh.
And these are not the POD ones. These are the saddle stitch with the ribbon. So I have 2 of these. So I may just bring one of these and sell it. I don't need 2 of the same one.
I'm gonna come home from this con.
Like, hello.
No, this is a bad. You're unculling all the culling I've done.
So here's the deal: if I don't,
Matt's doing the opposite of culling.
If I don't bring a whole bunch of stuff with me, I'll at least bring this book for you.
All right, there you go.
Fantastic.
So I'm not sure. I mean, I'll be honest. I could even cull some of my 2nd edition stuff because. I mean, I got freaking 2 entire bookshelves full of this stuff, and I'm never going to use some of it.
Well, you make a list.
I know.
Check it twice.
My problem is I don't want to be Matt. I'm not looking to trade. I'm just looking to sell them. and I'm
Make
not
a
really
list.
looking to buy anything, because I've kind of come to the conclusion with, I've got a whole bunch of hobbies. I mean, some people, have one hobby they're all in on. I have a whole bunch of hobbies and they're all expensive. I was, and I look at all my gaming stuff and I'm like, Jesus, just between my Delta Green Call of Cthulhu stuff that the guys love now and my second edition stuff, I could run games for the rest of my life and never run out of things to do. Do I need Shadow Dark and OSE? Probably not. The question is, am I going to keep any of them ultimately, or will I just move on from them too? But I'm not ready to just throw everything out yet. I don't want to regret it. Books are expensive. I don't want to get rid of stuff and then regret it.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So no, I don't have a plan just yet. But
I might get rid of some of my second edition stuff there. I'll keep the 3 core books and the the green and the blue books that I have, but I think I would get rid of the player options books, and, that stuff. Like I don't really think that
there's a couple nice things in players options in like combat and tactics, but those same things are in the complete fighters book when it comes down to the specializations.
How is the high level campaigns book? I always wanted that. Is that book any good?
I have that one.
I can bring it if you want to look at it.
Yeah, I have that one too.
I'll be honest. It's one of those books I bought that sat on my shelf because we never get that fucking high level campaigns.
Right.
Stan, I might bring it. To get rid of.
If you do, let me know. I'll definitely do.
Yeah,
I always wanted that book when I was a kid.
What do you got, Stan? Did you pull anything?
No, I mean, I've done.
Get off.
I mean,
get out.
I do have. I'm trying to think, but it's too expensive. Like nobody's going to buy it. It's too expensive. But I have the Beatles and Grimm Curse of Strahd.
Oh my God! Forget it.
Yeah, it's too expensive. Nobody's going to buy it. I've done like 2 big cullings of my collection. Brought it all over.
Well, you should have waited.
I should have, but I didn't know. Like I would have had some foresight. No, I filled a box that I could not lift by myself. Like
wow.
And I dragged it all over to Crossroad Games, and they took it and gave me a lot of store credit for it, which was nice.
Nice.
Yeah. And I haven't regretted any of it really. I mean, every once in a while I'm like, oh, I wish I still had that, but like it's more nostalgia than anything else. It's nothing I'm using or probably would ever use.
All right. Well, bravo to you. I mean,
I have shit that I could definitely get rid of because it's not going to happen. Like I just keep buying stuff, but I don't know. Right now, like everything out here, I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff, but I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I have the entire 5e Adventures in Middle-earth. I'm such a Lord of the Rings fan, I don't want to get rid of it. But then if I got rid of it, I can make room for Free League stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
I got that whole run. I never used it.
I'm glad I didn't get into the 5e stuff. So now if I really like it, I'll just buy the One Ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was some of my culling was I got when I was running 5e. I mean, I was backing Kickstarters all the time, and I had a ton of stuff. And then I just like when I was like dumping that system and knew I was never going to run it again. I was like, whatever my son didn't want, I got rid of.
Should I bring the DC Comics Dungeons and Dragons 36 issue run?
Wow.
I've been thinking about
those.
Sure.
No,
those sell
the comic.
Yeah, I see those sell on the online groups. Yeah, they're definitely not worthless.
No, the last group that I saw go up went for quite a bit, which surprised me because when I bought them, I mean, back in the day when I bought them, the comic store nearly gave them away to me. I think I spent $30 for the whole set.
Is that the one from the late 80s, early 90s, or later?
No, it's
from the 90s, I think, isn't it? Like early.
I love those
early 90s, maybe.
The Forgotten Realms and the AD&D. I thought they were great.
It's the AD&D set. That was the big one. It was 36 issues for the whole set.
Isn't Isn't there one? There's another one by IDW.
Yeah,
I've I have the graphic
Yeah,
novel.
that's newer
There's
though. I
2
think.
volumes.
there was a Rick and Morty
Still
set
pretty
also.
old.
There was 4 of them, and
Oh,
just for
boy.
shits and giggles, I bought the first 3, and I never got the last one.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you should buy it and then sell it as a set. Well, Matt, what do you got? You got some stuff you're pulling?
Like stuff to cull, because I've done a lot. I have like a list of all the stuff I've culled the last 6 months, and then I don't know, like if you have a list of, I don't know how organized you're planning this discussion to go today.
Yeah, not very. Joe mentions that we need to have a want and have list in the CMY Discord. There is a Discord thing channel, that's what they call it, set up for the for RPG swapping. So
yeah, I was like,
people can do that stuff.
jotting some notes down, like, you know, like collection maintenance and why and how to pick stuff to call, where to sell it.
Yeah,
you know, what I've sold. What I've got currently is not a lot, because I've ballooned through a lot of stuff from Page like forward. When the lead up to Page, so I did that flea market there, and I got a couple tables. In the lead up for that, I made a huge list of things, like 200 things.
Wow.
Board games as well. It was probably about half and half. And then I started listing them online ahead of Page. So I sold down maybe a third of it ahead of Page. I sold through like a third of it at Page, and then I've sold pretty much the rest of it online after that. So all I have up right now anywhere for RPG stuff is a copy of the Break RPG, which is like not it's a JRPG inspired kind of fantasy RPG, which is not, I'm not a JRPG guy. I played some, but it's not that's not an aesthetic I'm into. But the people wouldn't stop raving about the like the layout and design of the book. So I knew it was like a book that took like 10 years for them to put out. So I did get it just to look through it and sort of say, you know, what is so interesting about this. I have a PDF of it, so it's whatever. So I'm selling that. And then I have a White Hack 3rd edition hardcover, which is something that I got in a bundle of stuff, which is not, I don't need that. So that's really all I have. But that's now like on the chopping block. I also have a lot of 5e stuff. I've culled through some of it already. I still have a lot of the core books, and I have some of the ones that are, you know, the quote unquote better ones, or ones that just I have like attachment to, like I have the Ravenloft book and stuff like that. And then I have some 5e adjacent stuff. Again, I've culled some of that. There's others. Some of it is like the junk, Roger, that you seem to buy all the time, like the Hellboy 5e. Like, why do I have that? Well, I love Hellboy. I'm never going to play that game.
Yeah.
Everyday Heroes, that company is a bad company, but some of the source stuff that they have is kind of neat. And then I have Uncharted Journeys and A Life Well Lived, which are cool books. One is 5e travel and one is 5e character background. There's stuff in there you could port out of 5e, so I don't know if I'm going to get rid of those. So that's probably the majority of, I guess I looked around the shelves. Most of what I have, I'm pretty happy to have, and would not necessarily want to move. And I feel like a lot of people are dumping their 5e stuff right now. So I think it's a worse and worse time to.
It's a flooded market.
Yeah, I picked a lot of them up. Target used to do buy 2 get 1 free on books that would include the 5e books, and they would have the books for like $18. So, you know, for like 36 bucks, that's 5%, you could get 3 of them. So I had almost all of them, but I paid like $10 a book, $12 a book.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So, you know, selling them for $20 a book, like I'm not putting anybody through college, but I'm not losing money. But like now, if you bought them for 30 or 35 bucks and you're trying to sell them now,
you're done.
You're going to get crushed. So
Well, remember last year at the auction, someone had donated a full run of 5e, and it almost did not go to the auction. I mean, like it was pennies.
So it's funny because you're right, and I think it was Leo that bought it. Mm-hmm. Leo that bought the stack of books.
Yeah.
You have it's weird because if that stuff was put, I think, in the auction at Page, it would have gone for a lot more. I think you guys have a much higher slant towards OSR stuff.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Gen Con or PAX or something. Yeah, it'd be different.
Right. And I do think time is going to be on your side with 5e stuff, because people are really not going all in on the 2024 stuff. And, with the rumors of them moving on from 5e eventually, I think there's still a lot of people that absolutely love it. So if you have the 2014 5e stuff, I think eventually it's going to be worth
it'll go up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is what all my stuff is.
Yeah, so, by the time they get to 7th edition or whatever, it'll be.
Well, even once they announce 6th and launch it,
so, yeah,
the people that want to stay with it, and if they stop selling the books at that point, people, the value will start going up on them. I think. I don't think they'll ever be. They're not going to be like this old school stuff.
No. But they'll go to probably cover price.
Yeah, I'll probably sell my Goodman Games OAR stuff too.
That stuff's a mint right now.
Yeah,
those are
I think
$300 a piece.
Old Adventures.
Yeah, I think the most expensive one, you have it on your shelf there. I've got it also, is the Lost City.
Yeah, it's like $400 now.
Yeah, I've seen it go for $400.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't have most of the expensive ones. I've got Keep on the Borderlands, which Into the Borderlands.
Yeah, but even that one now I think is a couple $100 to get it.
Temple of Elemental Evil. Temple of Elemental Evil doesn't go for much. That one was going as low as like $40.
And that's $2
last year. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the Expedition to Barrier Peaks. That was like, I saw it was like $150.
Yeah, I didn't get that one. I kind of regret now because I kept putting them off, saying I'd buy them later, and then all of a sudden they were gone.
Yeah.
But
they actually came down some from where they were. They were going for $250 plus for maybe 3 months. Yeah. And lately I've been seeing them go for more like $100 to $150, which is still, a
lot. Yeah.
I think they were $50 MSRP and you could find them all the time for $30, $35 for years.
Yep.
So, yeah. But,
I didn't get Castle Amber. That one I didn't
it's the middle ones are all, so the Borderlands, for whatever reason, is still $50. I think they probably printed a bajillion copies of it or something.
Yeah, they overprint, yeah.
And then Temple of Elemental Evil, you can still find in stores for $40. So, which is weird because people will try to flip them and they'll sell them for $80 or $90. I'm like, guys, it's still on Amazon for $40 half the time. I don't know what you're doing, but all the ones in the middle, 2 through 5, are the ones that are expensive.
So if you look on Amazon right now, you could still buy Temple of Elemental Evil, OAR number 6, Temple of Elemental Evil, $39.97.
Yeah, that was close.
That's a fucking steal.
Yeah,
it's a great deal.
Yeah, that's an awesome deal.
I think I bought a second one. It was a lightning deal for $24 or something. I was like, yeah, what the hell? I'll keep one in plastic.
Yeah.
No, they did a great job of those. I wish they could have continued.
What do you got, Jason? You got anything that a short stack?
I have a few. Yeah. I used to have the entire, third and 3.5 run, and I got rid of it maybe 6 years ago. Almost all of it. I deeply regret getting rid of some of that stuff. Like I had the Environment series. Those are just so good, and I really regret getting rid of that. But most of that stuff, I'm like, I'll never use it again. So I've got my A5 Osric, which is almost useless. How can anyone read that print? And so I don't mind getting rid of it. And I've got the full size hardback because when I ordered this, I thought it was full size, and then I got it and I was like, oh God, not with my eyes. So I'm getting rid of that. But the best part of that is when I pulled that book off the shelf, I found Carl. Carl the Wizard, who I was playing in Roger's campaign. I thought I'd lost him, so now he's going into my living character file. I would get rid of Scum and Villainy. I think we played it once. I enjoyed it, but I don't think we're ever going to play it again. If you tell me that we are, I will hang on to it. There's nothing wrong with the book. I'm never going to use it, so just put it in the pile. These two are part of the same gig. And
what are those? They look flashy.
Well,
fancy.
they're great. Roger and I picked these up at PAX. We both did the same thing. We were walking by the guy's booth and we saw him. We were like, "Holy crap, this looks great!"
Yeah,
And
Andrew
then,
Valakis, I
yeah,
think.
but then if you look at this,
It's Ed Greenwood. Yeah, Athcliath. Yeah.
and I mean, I may end up hanging on to this book. It's the town and full details of the entire town. And
Yeah.
it's Ed Greenwood, so you know it's going to be good. It really is. The town is amazing, tons of detail. But if I get rid of the core book, I don't really have any need for this book. So I'm kind of up in the air. I have space on my shelf, but if I ever ran out of space, those would be on the short list. And lastly, this one.
There you go.
We played Sentinel Comics.
We played it, yeah.
And we did a full campaign kind of thing, and I can honestly say that I had a good time with it. It is not my favorite superhero system. There are many things that I do not like about it. Specifically, this garbage-ass art is awful throughout the entire book. So I mean, like way up, like if I needed like room for one more book, I would immediately get rid of this one. That absolutely top of the list. And that's what I got. There's plenty more I could pull off, but
wow, fantastic!
I'm not getting rid of anything.
I'm not even halfway through my pile over here. That's what.
You know what I will have to cull though?
What's that, Mike?
I have all this stuff to cull. Just come to my booth.
Right.
Oh,
Now
there
you're
you go.
talking.
You're gonna call all your stuff. Yeah, that doesn't count.
We call that selling.
Yeah.
We were talking about the original adventures reincarnated. I've got 2 copies, well, sort of 2 copies of the Dark Tower because I was in on the Kickstarter. So this is the 5e version. I have the 5e version. I have the DCC version. I've come to the conclusion that if I run this, I would run the DCC version over the 5e version, or I would run it in, Shadow Dark or OSE or
And those
whatever.
are 2 separate books, right? It's not flip it over and it's DCC on one side and 5e
separate.
on the other. Okay.
No,
separate
yeah, that's
sets.
the pack. Yeah, it's 3.
Yeah, a friend of mine bought backed it just like Roger did for everything. And when it arrived, he asked me if I wanted a set. And he sent me the 5e stuff and he kept the DCC stuff.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna get rid of the 5e stuff. I've got a copy of Astonishing Swordsmen and Sorcerers of Hyperborea. This is the 2nd edition. So I think this is going to go, although I do like the title of this better than just Hyperborea. But that's just, that's just me. But yeah, so this has got to go.
Awesome too.
The cover's awesome. But I mean,
is that soft cover?
I
bought a copy of that at ShireCon just because Jeff was selling them for like $20. And I was like, I have everything else, so I will buy that as well.
Yeah, it's cool stuff.
I was happy
I'm
when
not, I'm going to play 3rd if I play it. So
I was happy when 3E kickstarted because that stuff was going for a fortune at the time because it was out of print.
Yeah.
We had finished the last print run and wasn't making more because 3E was coming out. And everybody was selling them, for a fortune.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. This is going because I want to replace it with a normal edition because I think the special edition cover sucks.
What is
This
it?
is that?
The Electric
You've
State.
shown that before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
So
Electric State.
you're getting rid of that one because you want to get the normal cover. But we both know that is not a great game. It's Free League, man. So it hurts me to say that.
That's Free League,
It's not their best.
No. Yeah. The day I got it, because I backed the Kickstarter just like Roger did, I opened it up, looked at it, and I was like, wow, this cover is awful. I went to bed that night and read it in bed. I read through the whole book, and I was like, I'm never going to play this.
You guys won't play it.
Next day.
Is that the one they made the movie out of?
Yes.
With Millie Bobby Brown and
yes.
So I watched that movie, and it must be like the game because it was not very memorable. I don't really remember much about it.
The movie was terrible.
The art book it's based on is cool. The game is and the movie is straight trash.
Yeah, so maybe I won't even buy the book then. Maybe I
And
shouldn't even.
what's the other series that St. Artist did?
Tales from the Loop.
Thank you, Tales from the Loop.
And Things from the Flood.
I watched
Things
Tales
from
from
the
the
Flood,
Loop on Amazon, and I wanted to hang myself halfway through
Boring.
the series.
It's so boring.
It was boring. It was stupid as hell. Nothing made any sense in that. So yeah, major turnoff for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I got spoilers. I got some of that coming up, but I got 2017 and 2018 of the Gong Farmers Almanac compilation. Matt was checking his shelf to see if he had them.
I have those. Yeah.
You
That's
got 2017
DCC as well, isn't it?
That's DCC stuff. Yeah,
I have four.
They did
I have
like a
four
bunch
of
of.
them, yeah.
They did a bunch of free zines, and then somebody they would
Compiles
take every
them, yeah.
year and they compile them into a book. And
Those
I mean, I've got
look
all the
like
PDFs.
A5. Are they A5?
Yeah, they're A5. Yeah, they're all PDFs. They're pretty thick. They're probably 400 pages or something. And so, and they just got all sorts of stuff. But their zines, they're kind of a pain in the ass to look things up in, because you got to know what zine you're trying to look in. And honestly, like, I got the PDFs. They're just a lot easier to search and try and find what you're looking for. And I'm never going to use like the physical books at the table. So they're going away.
I've come to the conclusion that you pretty much back any Kickstarter that's even remotely RPG related. You're like, oh, it's RPG related.
Correct.
I'm backing it.
Mike, how long have you known me here? Are you just figuring some of this out?
Yeah, but it's like,
This is not news.
but
It's ridiculous. I know.
at least half the stuff out there is pure trash.
Yeah, I
it's
know.
5e stuff that I don't understand. There were a couple
Yeah.
times where Roger was like, well, it's like M&M's the RPG and it's 5e, but I like M&M's.
I like
So
M&M's. Yeah,
I went
I
all
know.
in.
It's terrible.
Like, Roger, what are you
Yes.
doing?
Correct.
It's terrible. I get it. This one I think will be a shocker for some people. Maybe not. I don't know. I think I had a discussion with Mike about this, but I've come to the conclusion that this is useless.
So I wanted to say something about that because I just actually went through and looked at the PDF the other day, and I've read Osric before, and I never saw a point for it because I had 1E stuff.
Sure.
And I don't think there's a point for it today because everything's available in print.
Right.
And
Exactly.
and then they want to talk about how, like, they did this new version because they wanted to do a better layout and a better redesign. Well, listen.
Yeah.
These books are a fantastic layout
Yeah.
and a design.
Well, that's BX, so that they
Yep.
didn't.
But
that's
what
not
I'm
first,
saying,
but
but it's BX Advanced, okay? So it's still
Well,
first edition. But that's not my point. My point
Sure.
is, if you look at that new Osric book, the layout is freaking horrible.
yeah.
The way I mean, it's just
Yeah. No,
Like-
I originally bought Osric, and I still got the older edition of it. I bought it because it was a 1E clone, basically all the rules and stuff. But even then, it was changed. But now it's changed even more, and it's not a game. Like, if I'm gonna run it, I would just run 1E. I mean, that's where I'm at with that. So it's got to go.
and you and I have talked about this, and we'll never agree on it. But I'm also at the point where if I'm going to run it, I'm going to look at it and go, well, the initiative sucks, and this sucks, and this sucks. So I'm just going to run 2E.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
But I still have all my 1E stuff, and I find it far superior in layout to Osric.
yeah.
I don't really get where they're saying it's a better layout. I just
Yeah. Todd says he sold all his 5E and agreed that OSE BX Advanced is great. Yeah.
Yeah. Seems great.
I got here's something else that I backed on Kickstarter because somebody told me to watch the show, and I started watching the show and I never finished it. And people told me that, oh, you gotta get through the first couple seasons and then it gets good.
Oh, is that Mandalorian?
Nope.
Oh.
No,
Oh.
Mandalorian's only good the first couple seasons.
And this is PBTA powered by the Apocalypse, and it's a full size book. And it's it's Avatar. It's got the stuff from with Aang, and then the newer show with Korra or whatever there.
I have that too. I probably should get rid of it.
I'll never play it. Like I tried to watch the show. The show was like too kiddie for me.
Don't shit on the show. The show is great.
No,
You shut your mouth. Watch your
Matt,
mouth.
it was like I got through I think the first season, and I was like, this is a little kid show. Why am I watching? Like,
well,
it's meant for kids.
I watched it with my son when it was age appropriate, but it is really good. It is for what it is. It's really good.
Here's the problem: if it's anime,
it's not anime. It's made by Nickelodeon. It's American animation. It's in a little bit of an anime style, but it's no more anime than like Invincible or something like that.
Sure. But yeah, I don't know. It's just I don't think it's something that like I don't see me ever saying, "Hey, I'm going to run this Avatar game," and if anybody's going to run it and I'm going to play it, like you don't need the book because it's powered by the apocalypse, so you just need the play sheet,
the
playbook
fair.
or whatever.
So Avatar, I don't know if the Magpie just bid the most for that lice or how that ended up happening. I don't necessarily.
They were the only ones that asked for it.
No, I don't. I really don't think that's true. And I mean, it was the Kickstarter did like $11 or $12 million or something. At the time, it was the biggest RPG Kickstarter. I think it's probably been surpassed now, but it was the big what was it, Cosmere or one of those something beat it.
Yeah.
But so it was a huge RPG, but Avatar is a martial arts and elementalist fighting show. And you pair that with a narrative powered by the apocalypse engine. It doesn't make any sense. It's like the worst possible. It'd be like doing Twilight 2000 with powered by the apocalypse, or like Warhammer 40K with powered by the apocalypse. Like it doesn't make sense. It's a complete mismatch of source material and game engine. It doesn't work. So,
and I bet you can make Jason's eye twitch visibly on stream if you talk about narrative wargaming.
Oh. See, good call. Yeah.
It just doesn't work. But I haven't been able to bring myself to sell it because I paid a lot for the Kickstarter, and they are nice. The books look nice, and I like the license a lot. I did watch the show multiple times.
Two ribbons in the book.
2 ribbons.
I got a question. Todd Putnam here. Is that Todd Michael Putnam that posts on Facebook with all the terrain?
Yep.
That's what I thought. Okay. I was just curious. He's got some pretty cool layouts.
Yeah.
He's.
Oh,
that's what I thought. He's all doing shit. He runs Shadow Dark.
He runs Shadow Dark back to Western Reaches. I'm sorry to say most of the third-party Shadow Dark stuff was poorly balanced and written. I stopped buying third-party Shadow Dark. Really? So, Todd, what third-party stuff are you talking about? Because we've used some of Chubby's stuff.
But Chubby's good though. There's good. Yeah,
I'm just wondering. I know there's a lot of stuff out there.
It's like, well, I mean, you could go on BackerKit or Kickstarter any given day now, and there's 3, 4, 5, 6, $1,500 projects on there. It's just like Morkborg and Mothership. At this point, Shadow Dark is probably honestly eclipsed Morkborg. I think Morkborg for a while was in that space where it was just constantly being spanned with low quality material, and I think people have realized that ship has sailed in terms of any shovelware that you throw up there is going to get 3 to 5K, and now Shadow Dark is the new version of that. So it's not meant to shit on any of the really good people or creators that are working on Shadow Dark, because there are a lot of great ones. But there's a lot of crap. There is a lot of crap. There's a lot of bad random tables. There's a lot of people regurgitating stuff that they made for Morkborg or 5e and shoving it into Shadow Dark. Just a lot of that stuff. So if you're talking about that, that's definitely going on pretty hard.
I backed away from all that stuff. I was backing them left and right. I ended up canceling a bunch before they fulfilled. I still have a whole ton of stuff coming. That I
just got one that looks pretty cool. I don't know what the name of it is. It's for Shadow Dark. He backed it. He doesn't even run Shadow Dark.
Something just came out.
Yeah, I don't know. A stack of books. Quality looks. I haven't read any of it because he may run it, so I didn't want any spoilers. But Looked decent as a physical product. It was good quality. I don't
The
know.
last stuff I got was the
content.
Shadow Finder zine stuff.
Yeah. You said that was pretty good though, right?
I haven't even looked at it.
Oh,
No,
okay.
it's sitting on my shelf.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Great place for it.
I'll be honest. I've kind of like I said, I've kind of lost interest with running Shadow Dark. That it's fine. It's fine, but it's I don't know. Yeah, it's like Todd says, it's stripped down.
Yeah.
That's part of the point where like it's fun for me. Like stripped down games like that are fun for small little runs, do an adventure or two or whatever. But I want more meat on the bones if I'm going to run like a long-term campaign.
Yeah.
And Shadow Dark doesn't have it. OSC doesn't have it.
Yeah, I'm gonna run it and I'm gonna try it and see what happens. And
So-
but yeah, I think you're right. I think it's gonna fall apart after a little while, but we'll see.
Oh, well, I don't think the system will fall apart. There's always going to be its fans, and it's doing well.
No. But it'll lose interest, and you'll use everything that's there, and then that's it.
Yeah,
there's nothing new for the players. It's the same old thing over and over again.
If I'm going to get away from, I'm obviously on my Delta Green kick right now. And it's funny, Jason, when you mentioned Cthulhu stuff, while Delta Green is still in that same wheelhouse, there's less Cthulhu references in it. It's more, people use X-Files as an example. It's a good example because it's more just weird and supernatural stuff than straight up Cthulhu mythos. Don't get me wrong. There's some adventures in there that are straight up Cthulhu's. Like if you play Impossible Landscapes, that's a long campaign and it is straight up Cthulhu.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what Todd is saying. Western Reach is supposed to add all the great campaign stuff. So yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. I backed it.
Yeah.
I backed it. We'll see. I mean, the playtest stuff I see is just more extension of the same, really. And the classes I hate. I'll be honest, I hate them. The Western Reaches Paladin playtest is absolutely horrible. It's not a Paladin. It's like a fighter with one other ability. I mean, there's nothing in it that really defines him as a Paladin in terms of how we've always used Paladins in every other RPG.
Yeah.
Paladins, all the little things that they had, like, the ability to turn undead or whether or not you like or hate their spell use, most of them had some kind of spell use eventually, had turning undead, had, detect evil, had a whole bunch of stuff, lay on hands. None of that stuff exists with the Shadow Dark Paladin. It's just, nah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, so far it's been fine for us, but we'll see. We'll see where it goes, eventually. But, I'll let you know. Obviously, I'll let everybody know here, So, yeah, Shadow Dark, OSE, Swords and Wizardry. I mean, I think they're all going to have the same problem. If you run it long term, you're going to run out of meat on the bone, I guess. But,
yeah.
Next thing I got this. I backed this. I don't know, Super Age. It's a superhero game. Not much to say about it. I wasn't digging it. I got a ton of superhero games that I'd rather play over this. So this is just, it's just go. I got a lot of mediocre ones, and this is just didn't even make the list. So I was like, nope, it's got to go.
That didn't even qualify as mediocre?
No, it just.
You're not doing a very good job selling your stuff for anybody watching.
No, I'm not. I'm not. No, it's not for me. Hey, if people, I'm not going to lie to people about it. Here goes a great one that nobody's going to be able to sell. But listen, if you're into,
boy,
if you're trying to collect all the editions of Dungeons and Dragons,
it must be 4th edition.
Then you gotta have this.
Well, there's 40. There are 40 books that are worth something, but the core 3 are like $8 books.
Yeah, Mike's got the box set there.
Yeah, that's like $24 worth of books.
Yeah. So this has been on my shelf. The only reason that I've kept, and this is the only book from 4E that I have is Player's Handbook. The only reason I kept it on my shelf for so long is just because then I can say I've got a book from, every edition of D&D. And I've kind of realized now that that's ridiculous. So, I might as well start getting rid of the even editions. You know, but so yeah, no, 4E.
Shots fired.
Hey, if anybody loves, you know, miniatures combat rules that are not like D&D and more like World of Warcraft, this is for you.
And if
How's
you
that
want
for
to,
a salesman?
and if you want to really do it, ignore Roger, and this is for you.
Yeah, get the whole thing. Buy the extra player's handbook for me. You know. Well, Edgelord is going to bring stuff to trade at CNY. See, he's in on that too. Everybody's in on that. Yeah, do it.
This is the first time I've seen Edgelord on. Can I ask him about this book real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Edgelord, I went to Millennium Games this past week, and this was in the used pile. Is this yours? Like your Grey Knight book was that I bought?
Yeah, we'll see.
Pendragon's good. Why are you getting rid of Pendragon?
I don't know. Somebody did.
Todd got rid of all the WotC D&D books to make room for Terrain.
Glass Cannon is doing.
Todd needs a lot of room.
Todd needs to come to Central New York.
Oh,
because I need to start getting my stuff on Todd's table.
Oh.
I'm
yeah.
sorry. You're dead to me.
He said yup. He said yup, Jason. That's it. That's it. Yeah.
Dude, stop selling your stuff there. Let me know.
Yeah,
I'll
go
give
direct.
you more money than they will.
The unnecessary middleman.
Go direct.
Yeah. You're not getting paid enough, and I'm paying too much. Let's eliminate the middleman.
If only there was a solution to this problem.
It feels like there is. Yeah, I knew as soon as I saw it. Because you missed it, but earlier I said I picked it up and I went. I bet this was Edgelord's. So there we go.
Bring it down to Florida. Yeah. Here's a game Jason might want. I don't know. I had no interest in. I don't have the older version. It's from 1983, I think, originally. Mercenaries, Spies, and Private Eyes. It's on the Tunnels and Trolls system. This was a reprint that they did, I think, in 2019. The soft cover. I'm not into the pulp stuff, so it's a pulp, very pulp game. Obviously, you could tell by the cover. I'm just not into it.
Speaking of Tunnels and Trolls, that is another book that would be on my call pile. It's here somewhere. I can't find it. The only reason that I haven't gotten rid of it already, I met Ken St. Andre at maybe it was PAX, maybe it was Gen Con. I don't know. Anyway, I met him, and I sat and talked to the guy for like an hour and a half, and that was super cool. So I bought the book, and he signed it for me. So that's the only reason that I haven't gotten rid of it. I have never once played it. I was just excited to meet the guy.
I'm not sure, Paul. There was a reason, and at the time, I'm sure, and it probably wasn't a great reason. Probably because it was an RPG and it was on Kickstarter, and it was a reprint from an older version. Maybe I got sucked into the whole Tunnels and Trolls thing. I don't know. Not great. I'm trying to be better about backing stuff and all that. I'm probably, not going to be great, but I think I'm going to be better at getting away from backing all this stuff and buying things. I'm trying. I got.
I have that book.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Wizardry.
I got some stuff here from our buddies, and this, I don't remember where I got this. This may have come from GaryCon. Was this in the free bag at GaryCon or whatever?
That was
the gold bag.
When you and I got our gold badges, that was in the gift bag.
So again, it's 5th edition. Matt said it before. Like, I don't know. I just buy this stuff. Yeah, there you go. There's the Cats and Crusades one. Yeah, I'll trade you.
How thick is that book? Because this thing is tiny.
No, it's not.
That looks a lot thicker than the Cats and Crusades.
It looks thicker than that. Yeah, this is probably 150 pages. No, 200. 196.
Does it have the map at the back?
196. Yeah. Yeah, it's got the map in the back. So, but yeah, so that's gonna go. I also have 3 books that I bought from them. Castles and Crusades books, Engineering Castles, Engineering Dungeons, Engineering Villages. They're just little thin kind of books. They didn't do it for me. I've got old Judges Guild publications that I think do a better job at this.
I actually have a bunch of
these
CNC
have.
stuff I could get rid of that I just
So
don't. A 4-year campaign, and I've never used those books. Some of those books.
Yeah.
Ever.
I don't think there's a lot of useful, like usable at the table information in them.
You know, the second edition Blue Book series are way more usable than any of that stuff.
Light
just
years,
castles,
light years better. Those Blue books are the pinnacle, in my opinion. They are the very top of GM resources. I love every single one of them.
Yeah.
But about that trilogy you've got there, because I have it too.
Yeah,
I don't have the old Judges Guild stuff, and
sure.
I was not fully impressed by those 3 books, but I did read all 3 of them, cover to cover. I thought they were okay, but also keep in mind I don't have the Judges Guild stuff. But what I saw, I was like, this can be like, if you're a new DM, that can be useful stuff.
Sure.
But for somebody like you that's been DMing for 40 years, it was not anything special.
You know what
Todd,
I do?
Todd, I'm just going to back some more Kickstarters and fill the shelves up. Of course, I'm going to try and leave some space. We'll see what happens. Trying to pare down. Go ahead, Mike. Sorry.
You know what I have for Castles and Crusades that I don't know if I'll bring it, but these actually will sell. Have you seen these? They don't make them anymore.
Oh,
this is the split screens, and these are like the thick cardboard ones. These are nice. I don't know why they stopped. I mean, obviously they probably, it comes down to manufacturing. Probably couldn't find a place to make them or whatever. But that last screen they made is absolute garbage. It's like
it's super thin,
standing paper up. Yeah,
super thin. It won't stand upright. So while I was going through my shelves, I got 3, 6, 7 books left. Jeez. This book here I found on my shelf, and I honestly have no idea where it came from. Like, I honestly think that somebody in years maybe left it on my shelf, which is impossible because I would have looked at it when I moved everything up here. So maybe Jason helped me put stuff on the shelf, so maybe he's got some insight on this. But I've got this Outbreak Undead Game Master's Guide.
I can assure you it was not mine.
I only have the Game Master's Guide. I assume that there was a player's guide, if there's a Game Master's Guide. Have no idea what this is or why I only have the Game Master's Guide.
I've never even heard of it.
No idea. I have no thoughts. I flipped through it. There's things about using different colored dice and like the different results, meaning everything. And I just was like, no, I can't. It's not even something that I want to learn. Do you guys have any idea? Have you guys ever heard of this or? No ideas how it got on my shelf then?
Either. No clue, man.
Overly crunchy zombie game. Okay. Paul, it sounds like you're interested.
Did anybody ever play
There's a second edition, and there is a survivor's guide.
Cool.
Yeah.
Maybe I should buy that then instead of get rid of this.
Get the complete set.
No, I disagree.
Did anybody ever play the Northland stuff from Frog God? So they did a crowdfunding. So this is for Castles and Crusades. So you have I don't know, this is the player's guide, and then there's 2 adventures. I never even looked at them. I got them, and at that point, I was already done playing Castle and Crusades. And that's the problem with Kickstarters. Some of them take so long to fulfill. By the time they come around, I've lost interest.
Yeah, all flesh must be eaten is pretty good. We got this here. This is Carbon 2185 Cyberpunk.
I'll take it.
This is
I'm serious.
I know. This is like it's not exactly 5e, but I think it's 5e. I mean, they kind of pared it down a little bit, but
I used to have the PDF. I really like that. So if you are going to get rid of it, please do let me know.
No, I'm gonna get rid of it. Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah.
I looked at it and I realized that like if I'm gonna run a Cyberpunk game, like it's not gonna be 5e. I'm gonna run Neon Skies.
When is that going to happen? Because I'm still waiting.
I don't know yet. Yeah, 5e, Paul. That's like the same thing. Like, and it's not like it's like 5e, adjacent. Like it doesn't say 5e on the cover.
Yeah.
But like, if there's the open gaming license in the back, and I mean, here's the character sheet.
Looks like 5e.
There's your stats. Yeah, it's so that's that.
It straight up says it's built on 5e on the drive-through RPG.
Oh, it does. It's weird. It's not on the cover or on the back. It doesn't say it. It doesn't say 5e anywhere.
Technobabble. We plan to try it at some point. I just haven't got to it yet. I read through it. It sounds interesting. The adventure that comes with it. The only problem I have is because it was officially licensed through AMC, nothing else has ever come out for it. So you have a little mini adventure in here, and then you have a player's guide, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's it.
Well, isn't part of the? I mean, what else are they going to make? Like a campaign book? I mean, I guess they could do a campaign book, but
yeah, campaign book would be cool. But you can run
most,
any kind of post-apocalyptic.
No, I know you can, but most
systems
you can buy pre-written adventures for them.
Yeah, it's a pretty narrow license. I think that's part of the problem with it.
That's the whole problem with it. They just can't. I don't know if we'll ever see anything else for it because AMC's now trying to sell off the Walking Dead license.
Well, yeah, Walking Dead is another. I mean, talking about things that are past their prime.
What would be nice? What would be nice is if AMC gets rid of Walking Dead and there's no chance of getting the license back if they don't just decide to revise the rules and Free League puts out a generic zombie game that they can then publish stuff for.
I just don't know if there's an audience out there for that. Like, who is the audience that wants a license-free zombie game?
Yeah, there's a lot of those out there already. Yeah. Paul, you're 100% on that. If something's on the 5e system, I really think it should be on the cover, so we know. And that's like, you've probably heard this story before. Jason and I saw a game that was a Revolutionary War game at PAX, and it looked cool from about 15 feet away.
No, that was the Napoleonic era. That was the French
Napoleonic.
Yeah,
I thought it was okay. Yeah, and we saw it, and we were like, "Oh, that looks cool." And the guy had like minis and stuff too, I think. And we both kind of like wandered up, and then like right on the cover of the book, it's like 5e, and we're like, "Oop, nope, sorry." It just like veered off.
And the guy was like, "But wait," and both were, and we weren't mean to the guy, but we were both like, "Sorry, man, it's 5e."
Like, sorry, man. Yeah, it's just not.
Yep,
not going to happen.
Paul, I have the PDF for that Carbon 2185. If you DM me, I will add you to my Gmail, my Google Drive, so you can download it and check it out. Like I said, I read it and I really liked it, and everyone knows how I feel about 5e. So maybe it was just a setting because I'm a sucker for Cyberpunk. So maybe that's what it was.
Yeah.
But check it out for free, man. See if you like it.
Well, I got another Cyberpunk one coming up for you here soon.
Whatever. Excellent.
So this, we touched on this earlier. This is Things from the Flood. I have this. I do not have Tales from the Loop RPG. I just have Things from the Flood. and I have the dice tray and a set of dice for this as well, and the GM screen. So that's all going to go.
The GM screen for that, I want to say, and maybe the dice, but I'm pretty sure definitely the GM screen is actually worth a little bit more than you probably think it is, because it was short printed. Because it's effectively Tales from the Flood, or Tales from the Loop.
Tales from the Loop.
Yeah,
really?
So like they probably didn't even need its own screen. It's like one of the.
Okay.
It's like the Forbidden Lands dice. There's like certain Free League thing, or like the what's the Mutant Year Zero? The screen for that was out of print for like 2 years or something. I don't know if it's available now, but like, so certain random Free League products that are hard to get. And I'm not talking like hundreds of dollars, but
sure.
I know it was selling for like $40 or $50 for a while. So
wow.
Before you dump it for $5, it's just
absolutely. I appreciate that, man. So speaking of Mutant Year Zero,
it doesn't look like it's worth that much now, but it was for a while. It's $20 or $30. You getting rid of that?
I got the book, and I'm gonna get rid of it because I
might be interested in that.
Sold.
Maybe this should go on the auction.
$5. Do I hear $5? Do I hear $6?
What's the cover price?
$6 with all the terrain. Do I hear $7?
So the thing with this is, I'm sure this is a fantastic game, right?
It is.
It's the Mutant Year Zero engine, obviously the Year Zero engine, obviously, right? But it's even Paul says it's a keeper. I assume he's talking about Mutant Year Zero. So the only reason that I'm going to get rid of this is this leaves a sour taste in my mouth because of a group that I was in that was going to play this, and then just some things went down, and it never happened. So I don't know. It just left a bad taste in my mouth, the situation and the way things went down. And it's been sitting on my shelf, and I don't know. It's weird to say it, but like I just get like bad vibes from it or whatever. You know what I mean? When I think about it, I like think about that game. And so it's not because it's a bad game. It's not, it just, I can't get past the bullshit that
happened around it.
That happened. Yeah. With it.
Well, so, I'll see you Sunday.
Yeah. I've sold stuff for reasons like that before.
Yeah.
Actually, I've heard it's here, great, but because I went through my list of all the stuff that I sold. One of the things I sold was partially because it was 5e, but the Ghoul Island books, Sandy Peterson, like horror fantasy campaign for 5e. First of all, it's 5e, but second of all, like Sandy Peterson owes me several Kickstarter products that are never going to be fulfilled. So anytime I see his name on something now, it just gives me bad feelings. So so I totally get that.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's that. Weird Frontiers. Yeah, we got the Weird Frontiers books.
Collector's edition, man. I love that setting.
Awesome. Yeah, they don't make so they don't sell the single volume one anymore, and then the limited edition one goes for a crazy amount of money.
I'm glad I have it.
Yeah.
I will never get rid of it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
They sell them separated, which makes sense because it's 900 freaking pages.
It's the family Bible is what that thing is.
Really.
My shot missed. I hit him with the book.
Edgelord's gonna
he's wearing Weird Frontiers book armor. He's invincible. Our weapons cannot penetrate.
Nothing can penetrate that.
Yeah. I picked this up a while ago. This is Low Fantasy Gaming Deluxe Edition. It's cool. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Didn't they make a new edition of that with like a new name? I think there's like
maybe.
Yeah,
they just call it LFG or something.
No, it's got some
else?
less dumb name because Low Fantasy. I mean, look, Low Fantasy Gaming is a terrible name for a product.
Right. It's a gritty like D20 system. It really it didn't really add anything. It doesn't really have anything crazy on there. So
it's called Tales of Argosa is the second edition of Final Fantasy Gaming, and I've actually heard really good things about it. Yeah, I've heard it's good. I don't know.
I haven't played it, but it's awesome. Like
it was you that was telling Roger and I about that. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
He's talked about it on stream.
Yeah. No, maybe that's better than this is. Then I don't know.
Yeah, of all the terrible things you've held up, that may be one of the better ones. That and Mutant Year Zero.
Yeah.
Edgelord, I feel exactly the same way.
Yeah, it's a D&D and adjacent game, sure.
There's so much of it out there now.
So there's that. This, I don't know. I looked at this. I bought this because I met one of the guys that wrote it, I guess. He's definitely in the credits. He signed it. The premise sounded really cool. But I'm never going to run it. This is Subversion. Cyberpunk fantasy in Neo Babylon. So basically the ancient Babylonians discovered arcane magic, and then from there fast forward into the future, and it's like cyberpunk with like there's dwarves and there's some other fantasy races and there's magic and there's tech, and it really kind of sounds like Shadowrun to me but it's Babylonian. And I just so everything's kind of got that Babylonian theme to it, and I don't know, it sounded cool, but I'm never gonna run it. I have the same issue with it that I have with Shadowrun. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's just not something that I wanna run. So poor man's Shadowrun.
That's exactly what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
Gilgamesh will pop up and that'll be it. Pass.
Yeah. It sounds like a nightmare to buy terrain for. I don't know. Mike's probably got a line that would work for it. But it's there's a guy, he's got his axe guitar there, so he can
just stick with Cyberpunk.
I don't know. So it like I said, it sounded cool. The company is fragging unicorns, which is cool. But yeah, I don't know. So that's gonna go. The only other thing I got on here that I don't know if Matt would be interested in this, but I got this UVG book, and I really hate the font and the size of the book is
that's the first edition. That's UVG 1E. So there's 2E, which I have. Somebody will probably buy that. If not at your con, then it's an item that flips.
Yeah,
for 20 or 25 bucks.
I mean, just looking through there and stuff, like everything that like I would want out of this or whatever, like I think was done by that other game that pushes the envelope there.
It's definitely Gonzo. It's about as Gonzo as a book as you're gonna find.
Yeah,
it has the 1E is just system neutral setting stuff. Then the 2E has a very light system stuck on it called CCAD, I think, which is
because this has like character sheets and stuff in it.
Oh, so it may have like a rudimentary version of what he built.
It's got like there's like the character.
Well, it's for like tracking stuff for your caravan. It's so basically it's a caravan traversal game where you're going to Gonzo Desert.
Well, this to me was like it reminds me of like Vaults of Varn.
It's more it is. It's probably more Gonzo than that and a little less gameable. If you think about game products, I think probably a lot of people have come across these, where you flip to a page and it's, the cerulean fifth dimensional labyrinth, and then it's, the fifth dimensional cerulean labyrinth was built by the Gigazords in the 13th age of the Bloboflex, and it's just like a bunch of made up stuff. There's some things in there that are really cool, like the art is neat, and if you read it and you have any kind of system that you could use any of that stuff in, it is a pretty cool item to have. A lot of people are going to bounce right off of that, like, stream of consciousness made up gonzo words that don't, it's referring to stuff that doesn't mean anything. It's talking about history that doesn't exist and that can't be found anywhere. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of other products like that. This one is considered one of the better ones, but you'll know right away if it's something for you or not.
I just, like, I've had it for a while, and it's one of those things where I've had it, I've looked at it, I'm not going to run it. Like the Vaults of Varn seems like simpler, and it kind of fills the same space.
Yeah, I'm in the same spot. Yeah, I would, if I wanted to play something like that, I would reach for Vaults of Varn way before I would reach for UVG. But again, it's not a bad product. It's popular. I think his supplement to it did like over $100,000, which is pretty good. It's like our Golden Age or something it's called, I think. Okay. It's not out yet. He's running late on Fulfilling. Yeah, it was on, let's see, it was on BackerKit. Oh, it did. So I way shorted it. It did $489,000.
Wow, half a mil.
Yeah, and it's through Exalted Funeral, so I'm sure the name carried a little bit of that too. But yeah, as far as those products go, it is considered one of the better ones. But it very much is like gonzo, adjective, proper noun, word vomit for 200 pages, and if that's something you like or not.
Yeah, hard pass.
Yeah, and that was just and that was basically it for me, where I looked at it and was like, okay, this doesn't do anything for me that that Vaults of Varn does, doesn't do better or whatever. And so just like, okay, whatever, let's just drop it. So that's everything that I got. I know I went through a lot of stuff, and I know that I don't know if you guys wrote down any notes or anything, but I mean, I wanted to talk about like what the procedure was too, and so some of it, for me is, looking at the pile of stuff, saying, what am I actually going to run, and what am I actually going to use here, and I found that I've got a lot of books like that I'm never going to use, even for other systems. Like, I know that there's a ton of game books out there that you can mine for ideas and stuff, but like that UVG book, right, is a great example. Like, what am I, like Matt was saying, like, what am I going to mine out of that I'm going to like shoe into like other, like, there's a ton of other books out there that I can pull stuff from that's not going to have some weird name or some specific thing that that means you're out in the purple wasteland. Yeah, like, so I mean, that's like a lot of it for me. And you start looking at how much time and effort every game takes, and I don't want to sound morbid about it, right, but like, we're all near 50, right? I mean, some of us are a little bit over, right? But like, how many years you got left to run a game, and how many long games are you going to run? And so
I got 25 left out here.
You got to figure out what you're doing, so so that was kind of where I was at with that. I don't know if you guys have had similar things. I know there's the whole like Marie Kondo, like, does this bring me joy? No, it says 5e on it, so it goes. Like, I don't know.
No, brings me misery.
Yeah, I made a list of some of the reasons I've sold stuff. So I think space is certainly one. We've talked about that a little bit already on this call. You just kind of look around and go, well, I'm out of space, and I have some big, Roger's got some weird 5e licensed Kickstarter coming in. He's got to find space for. So, space is a real thing. Like I know I continued to buy bookshelves, and at a certain point, there's no more room for bookshelves. So if things are in a I don't think that was Marie Kondo's methodology, but
that was a sequel. That was the sequel.
If things are just laying in a pile somewhere and there's no space for them, it's like, okay, I got to make some space. Lost interest in the system, or sometimes you buy something because you have a group that's interested in it, and either you lose that group, or it just doesn't materialize, or maybe you guys pivot into a different game instead, and then you're kind of left with this stuff. And I know in some cases I've gone, well, I'll get back to this at some point, and that very rarely happens. So at some point you get rid of it. And there's also stuff that you finish, like Jason was talking about, the superhero, whatchamacallit, the Golden Age superhero game.
Yeah, Sentinels. Yeah,
Sentinels. Yeah. So like, this is a product we played. We used it. It was nice. We got our money's worth, but we're done, and we're probably not going to play it again. So in some cases, I think it's fun to keep that stuff if you have nostalgia for it, or there's art that you like, or it's a product you like. In other cases, just move on if you need the space. Financial
that's
gain,
definitely. I just want to touch on that really quick. Like that part there, like we're done with it. That's, I think, one of the hardest things for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of the hardest reasons for me to get rid of something. Like it took me a while to get rid of a bunch of my 3 and 3.5 stuff. And I had ran a couple long campaigns and played in, a couple long campaigns years and years ago. And like, I knew for a fact, right? Like I'm never going back there. Like there's so many other systems, there's so many other games that I'm never going back there, and like I'm never going to run a 3.5 game again. Right? Like it's never going to happen. But like I couldn't get rid of the stuff. Now I still have like my special edition core book and the DM's guide and the monster manual, but in like I think the rules compendium, there's a couple books that I have that I really like, but like all the other stuff I got rid of. Extra players handbooks. I think Jason even bought some of them. Complete Divine, and all that stuff. But that was really, really hard for me to do, even though I knew I wasn't going back to it because of the nostalgia thing where like I remember, oh, this was awesome, and so that one's like super difficult for me. I don't know how it is for you guys or whatever, but that's
so yeah, I've been dealing with a little bit of a financial challenge the last year, like our family has. Nothing, serious compared to what a lot of people go through. But so one of the ways I filled the gap was I sold a lot of Magic cards, and I've been doing that for a long time. Like I had at one point, if you went back 10 years and didn't sell anything and brought that collection forward to today, it would be a disturbingly high value of stuff, because I played vintage. So I've had like Power 9, wow. I had all that stuff. Yep. But I've been paring that stuff down for years, and I kind of stopped at a certain point and said, well, these are all ones that if I were ever going to play again, I would need these. And I played some Commander. Commander was a couple years old when I kind of stopped playing seriously in like 2015, 2016. But I played seriously. Like I played on the Pro Tour. I wrote for Star City Games. Like for a long time, that was a big part of like my identity, was like I was somebody who played a lot of Magic. I was pretty good at it. I wrote about it, and I had a crazy big collection of cards. Sure. And there definitely are cards that I miss. But what I realized this year is like the type of Magic that I would want to play does not even exist anymore. Like I was a tournament player, and back then they made 3 sets a year, and now they make like 5. There's more unique Magic cards have been printed in like the last 5 years than the 25 years before that. It's a completely different game. The game, like even if
not some real junk too, though.
Even if I still had that stuff, there's nobody to play the game that I remember with, and they really at this point are just assets. And so like,
Yeah.
while it makes me a little bit sad to know that I had this stuff and I don't have it anymore, at the end of the day, all I was doing is once a year kind of flipping through and being like, oh yeah, look at these. This was a neat thing to have. And then it would just go back in a box. And so I think with some of this stuff, nostalgia wise, like if you have the space for it and it's meaningful to you, keep it. Especially if it's not worth a lot, because I'm, in this case, these things were pretty valuable. And there's even 3.5 books that are pretty valuable, especially if they're in good condition. There's some rare ones. There's 2E books that we talked about. Some of the splat books are worth a lot of money. Dark Sun stuff, box sets, Ravenloft, they're in good shape. All that stuff's worth a lot of money.
That damn the Age of Heroes, that friggin' thing's worth a fortune.
Yeah. So I mean, if you have the space for it and it means something to you and you don't need the money, then like I'm all for keeping stuff. I really am. But I also will say, like, I think that's something to really think about is, do you actually need to have the books in your house to remember the fact that you played those games with those friends and that those campaigns happened? And like, if you took a picture of all that stuff, you took good pictures and cataloged everything, and then you took some of those books and you put them somewhere in your house where you didn't look at them for a couple years, like, would you feel their absence any more meaningfully than if you just had pictures of what they were? Do you know what I mean? And so, and maybe the answer is yes. And if it is, then don't get rid of it. Because I've definitely sold, like I was looking at stats, like I've been on eBay for 27 years. I've sold over 1,000 things on eBay in my life. Like I fund my hobbies by buying things and breaking them down and reselling. Like that's part of how I have funded my expensive hobbies my whole life. There are definitely things that I've sold that I wish I had, but it's like maybe 0.5% of all the stuff that I've sold. It's a really pretty small percentage. And like, I still have an obnoxious amount of stuff, like an absolutely sickeningly gross amount of stuff. But that's where I'm at, Roger, is like, if you have the space for it and you don't need the money, then don't sell it just to sell it. If it's something that means something to you, if there are things where you like to have them just to remind you of, a time that you had, maybe you don't need them all, or maybe the PDFs, just flipping through a PDF get you there. Like there's ways to sort of bridge that gap,
Yeah, sure.
It's funny because the only thing I've ever sold in my life that I somewhat regret, I don't really regret it. I look back at it and I wish now I hadn't done it. But at the time, anytime you go and sell something, there's a reason for it. You're not playing it or whatever. And, I'm not going to use it. And it seems to be worth it to sell. Well, you talked about your Magic collection. Well, I started, Syracuse was a beta test area. So we started early. And I sold my entire collection in 1995. I made $7,500 in 1995. So, the problem is, like, when we went and sold our stuff, like Black Lotus, I had 4. I think we got $40 a piece for them back then.
Yeah.
I mean, Moxes were going for $20. It's, and we sold all that stuff. And yeah, I wish I had it now because of what it's worth, but I can't regret it because,
and that's a different kind of regret, right? So I can tell you, I have lots of financial regret about the timing that I've sold certain things.
Right.
But I probably, I mean, in some cases, I probably needed the money. In other cases, I probably used it to buy other things that unfortunately didn't go up 100 times in value. But that's life. Yeah. But I think also there are the thing that's tough about RPGs, and I think Jason has talked about this a little bit, and Roger's talked about this a little bit, is so with most of the Magic cards, I could go out and buy. So if I want a play set of card such and such, I can go on eBay and buy a play set near mint fine.
Yeah.
The Power 9 are too expensive for me to rebuy now. But even if I did, I wouldn't get the same ones that I had. Like there were cards that I had that were autographed or had artist doodles or were certain versions that are very expensive. So I would never rebuy those. Like they were mine. And with RPG books, it's the same thing. Like you have books that are like weathered or worn or played or whatever, like they're yours. You could go out and buy another person's 3rd edition book, but you're going to know, like in your heart, you're going to know, well, this isn't my book. Right. This is some other person's book.
Right.
And, I get, like, I totally understand that. I've replaced some of the old RPG stuff that I sold because I got out of RPGs and sold a lot of that after college on eBay. I've replaced a lot of them with other books, and I like that I have them, like Shadowrun, and there's other things. But I know, like, when I look at them, I know they're not my copies from back then.
Yep.
So
now, I actually saw an article just today, and I don't know if I don't know if the
Derek
writer
Willis. There's his phone number.
I don't know if the writer of this article is actually full of crap or if this is actually what's happening. But the article said that the Power 9 cards are actually dropping rapidly in value only because the players out there today were not playing when those cards were in print.
That is not true.
And, well, I know Lotus have dropped from where they were at one point.
Yeah.
I mean, well, they have.
I don't think that's correct, but
what are they going for today? What is a unlimited Lotus going for?
20 grand?
No, it's more than that.
Because if it's 20 grand, it's way under where it was.
So there's a site called Magic Stocks, by the way. You can look up any card.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
An alpha one is 82,000, but we look up an unlimited.
That's alpha.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but that's still under where they were at one point.
It's okay. I don't want to argue about it on here. You can literally look at. There's a price trend line you can watch. It just goes straight up. But
is Hollow World worth a lot?
How much that stuff sells for?
Hollow World? Or are you talking about Magic stuff?
He's talking about Magic stuff.
Sorry, this guy's asking
about Magic.
Yeah,
this guy's asking about Hollow World.
Almost everything reserve list has now. I will tell you, there was a very brief retraction after the bubble from COVID. So like there was a real COVID bubble that spiked everything, and coming out of that in like 23, 24, there was a small pullback, but it's all continued to go up.
Here's the thing, though. Yeah. This is I guess the part that I guess we're glossing over. It's not players buying those cards today.
It is not correct.
It's collectors, right?
It's collectors. So, I mean, maybe the price of them isn't going down, but the demand is going down because it's unaffordable for the players.
Oh, nobody's trying to buy them to play them. Almost nobody is playing. So nobody is buying them to play vintage. Like that format is effectively dead because you're going to be walking around with $500,000 of cards.
Nobody's playing vintage. Nobody's playing legacy.
I'll be honest. If they reprinted the unlimited set minus the Power 9 cards, I would buy it because that was my favorite era of the game. And I would buy it just to play with my kids and whatever. But none of those cards are even worthwhile today. Anything outside the Power 9, everything's just like 5e does. It's just been power creep after power creep as they go. So all that old stuff is really, I mean, sure, lightning bolts are always going to be great, or a fork would always be great. There's plenty of cards that are still decent, but
yeah. So unlimited Lotus average right now is 15K. There are periods in recent times when it was higher. If you were to take the price trend line of the last 10 years and put a trend line on it, like in Excel, it would be tilted diagonally up to the right. So but yeah, in any given day, year, or month, there's going to be fluctuations. Yeah. And there are other reserve list cards the last year have like spiked out of control. Like that Gaia's Cradle has gone up $600 in a year.
Yeah.
Selling for more than my Power 9 cards were. Like, it's insane how much some of these cards are going for. So, but anyway, there's not a lot of RPG products that if you sell today are going to be worth $15,000 in 15 years. That's just not how this hobby works. So it's a lot more about the attachment that you have to those items, and how much it matters to you that it's your copy of something. And, like I know Jason gets a lot of stuff autographed. We've seen books, Roger and Jason have, and I think all you guys have books that have artist doodles and signatures and stuff like that. So that, that also is like irreplaceable. You're not going to be able to find a replacement for that. So I definitely think you need to factor all that stuff in when you're trying to decide, what to sell and what not to sell.
Yeah. No, definitely.
Yeah.
Was that Monsters? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. The whole, I've got a lot of stuff that's signed, and I I don't think I would get rid of any of it. You know, like, I mean, I think if as soon as I die, my wife will. You know, like,
We'll die or we'll sell your stuff.
No. She'll sell my stuff.
Okay.
She'll sell my stuff, like the autograph stuff that I'm not gonna
because
get rid of
she's not
now.
attached to it. Yeah,
You know, right? She's not attached to it. Where I am, and that's fine. I mean, I'm totally fine with that. You know.
Yeah, but you're better.
I won't care at that point.
Well, the point is you're better off selling it yourself before.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
Just give them the money.
Yeah.
And it's also to not. I mean, part of it is like
not burdening your wife.
Yeah, the burden that you leave behind
Sure.
to people of having to go through all this stuff. And
yeah,
I know, like, something I struggle with that because I mean, we all think we're going to live to be 75 or 80 or whatever, and you're going to downsize and you're going to do this stuff organically. But like, what if you don't?
Yeah.
So
that was something
I'm going to, Matt,
that my wife and I had a really serious discussion with just a couple of years ago. And I told her straight up, just give it away. Don't struggle to sell this stuff. A lot of it, she has bought for me on eBay or whatever. So she knows the value of some of the stuff, but it means nothing to most people. And so I wouldn't want to put that on her. The only thing I told her that she cannot get rid of is my Monster Manual 2 that Jeff Easley drew the dragon head in. That goes with me. I'm getting cremated. It'll be in the little slot with me, and it'll get turned to ashes with me.
All right. So that answers Paul's question for you. Outside of nostalgic items or D&D books, well, he says or D&D books, or what items from your collections will have to be snatched from your cold dead hands.
When Matt was talking, everybody can see me. See, I kept doing this because I'm over here looking at my shelf. And aside from, I've got several books that are signed by Easley and Elmore and all that, and a couple that are signed by a bunch of people. But if I'm being completely honest, I don't give a rat's ass about most of those books. I had them signed because I'm standing there in front of Larry Elmore and I want him to sign the books. So I'm looking through my entire collection here. And aside from the Monster Manual 2, there were only 2 other books that I was like, I'm never, ever getting rid of these. And that's this one, which no one has ever played except for me and like 5 other people. Long story for that. Nobody wants to hear it. And this, my D6 Star Wars. I bought this the day it got released. This is one of the very few books that I have that are part of my original collection. When I got divorced, my income went to shit and I sold everything. So most of what I've got on all these shelves is just exactly like Matt was talking about. This isn't my book. This, even that Monster Manual 2, I bought it for $75 at GaryCon because I saw Jeff Easley sitting over there and I was like, I have to have him sign something. So I went and found that book because, everybody knows that story. So I found it and had him sign it. So that's why it's special to me. All this other stuff, somebody else has owned it. It's just, or it was like mass produced, like that collector's edition 3.5 player's handbook that you have. I have the same one. Mine's in flawless condition. But man, they made thousands of those things. They're not worth shit. Yeah. So they just don't mean anything. So I've got, so I'm like looking at, I have about maybe about half of what Roger's collection is what I have. I think it's probably accurate more about a third. Of all those books, 3 of them really mean anything to me. That's pretty wild to me, really.
Yeah. Then why keep the rest of them?
Because going back to what Matt said earlier, I look at a lot of this stuff, and although it isn't worth anything, it does make me happy. Like I Vic was on last week. I look at Blacklight, and it makes me happy because I think it's so good. The Shadow Rim, it's behind me. It's so good that it makes me happy to look at it, and that applies to almost all of these books that I have on my shelf. There are very few things that I look at, I'm like, whatever. And the stuff that I don't like the Sentinel comics, I'll get rid of that come this con. I'll throw it on the auction table, and I'll never give it a second thought.
Yeah, interesting.
By the way, Matt,
what about?
I did not want to interrupt you, dude. That was some really good line of thought there. I was enjoying listening to you. Okay,
thank you. Appreciate
it. What do you think, Matt? You got any nostalgic things that that are going to the grave with you? I mean, or D&D books. Paul said specifically, outside of nostalgic or D&D books, but I'm curious about those too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I played DCC a decent amount, and I played it with my son. It's the one he kind of got into a little bit. I there's some of those I really like and would probably never sell, even if I didn't play RPGs anymore. And I like Weird Frontiers a lot, and I really like that collector's book. That one is probably I don't think I would get rid of that. Some of the coolest con games I've played have been Weird Frontiers, partially because the people that play it are like really, really into it and are really good.
Especially Jason and I, right?
Yeah.
I sure
yeah. I don't know that I have nostalgia or attachment to all of it, but I do really like Delta Green. Those would be, if I were paring my collection down, that would be one of the last things that would go, would be anything from DG. I like those a lot. And then I did like rebuy some of the old books that I had that I really liked. Just Vampire second edition and just the core book and Shadowrun second edition. And I got the reprint of the first edition. And so there's some things like that I probably will never play, but kind of to Jason's point, it makes me happy kind of knowing that I think I showed you guys I replaced all the 1E hardback books, and I got Dark Sun and like the full run of the first bunch of modules, and so those were things that I had and really liked when I was younger. So those would probably go last. And some of the mothership things that I've run, I'm pretty attached to because I like them because they're fun to run.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Matt, did you happen to get into the latest Delta Green playtest?
I didn't try. My schedule is so messed up. I have a hard time committing to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I messaged Chris Spivey about it, and he sent me the playtest packet, which runs till July. So I figured my next adventure, I may run that with.
Nice.
I got to go through it. It's 73 pages, so it's a big one. But it's a Word document. It's not formatted great and everything, so it might not be as big as it seems.
I think I think that I have like the opposite thought as you guys, and I want to be cremated with as many D&D 2024 books as possible. So just so I can,
for a moment there, it sounded sincere.
Like I'm taking one for the team. You know what I mean? And like getting as many of them off the, out of circulation as possible. No, like I don't know anything like other than RPG books. I don't know. Like I can't think of it. Like I would probably want to be buried with my Leatherman, which I don't have in my pocket. But like that thing's on me all the time, except for right now. But that's like been through a lot of things with me. So like that's going with me. And then my as far as RPG stuff, I got my my basic and expert books signed by Earl Otis. Like those are getting cremated with me. Like that's just that's that. But everything else, like I mean, my white box and all the OD&D books and stuff, like I don't know. I mean, as much as I love it, like I started with BX, so like that's where my that's where my heart is. So that's where that's what's gonna stay with me. But like my white box, like the wife can sell it. Like I don't, that's fine. Like I don't expect her to keep it for me. So into like a pharaoh.
That is what I'm laughing at. That is hilarious because I that visual is in my head now. Yes.
Yeah.
All filled to the brim with shit that no one needs.
Yeah. I'm probably the odd man out here, but I just really, the older I get, the less attachment I have to any of this stuff. I mean, the role playing games, I have 11 shelves of stuff here, and to be honest, all but one of them could go. I could fit the books that I'm going to use again on one shelf easily, and just be happy with it. Like I said, I've got and I have this bad habit. I guess it's the good thing that I'm able to do this, But when I get into something, I go in full. I don't do a half-ass. So I'm like, oh, I'm going to get in this game. I'm going to buy all the books.
Yeah.
And now I have a whole shelf full of books that I'm no longer using. So it can all go.
What
Mike,
are you going to get cremated, Mike, or
I don't
personal
know
question?
I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know yet.
You want to get buried in your Dragon Slayer cabinet?
No. Here's the thing. It's like my kids don't really have any interest in the role-playing games. My daughter played for a while, but as of right now, she's got no interest in it. My son never got into it. Both of them love the arcade machines and don't want me to get rid of them. And so if I go, that's up to them to either take them or sell them. But like the books, that's a tough one. I mean, you leave 11 bookshelves worth of stuff for my wife to sell, and she's going to get, taken to the cleaners on it, unless she finds somebody that's actually going to help her sell the stuff that knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm doing. That's why I figure it's just easier for me to sell the stuff off soon. Maybe not today, right away, but it's coming, and start getting rid of most of it. Even my second edition stuff, I don't need all the books I have. I don't use most of them. So,
Yeah, I think there's not to be morbid, but there's something important that you hit on there, which is there's things that we may own that we know are worth a lot of money that the average person will not know is worth a whole lot of money.
Yeah.
So that's definitely something that I did, like made a list of, hey, like if I die and you're going to sell my magic cards, talk to this person or this person. Like, don't just walk up to some random store and be like, how much for these? And like, same with
that's
like,
how it would happen.
Yeah. Right. Like there's certain computer parts that, right now are worth an absurd amount of money. It's like, don't just put this up on Facebook Marketplace for $50. Like these things there's things that you might own that are worth a lot that if you don't tell people are worth a lot, especially if you own a lot of stuff, so I think it's worth noting that. You also made me think of one of my favorite Norm Macdonald jokes, which is, when I die, I want my body donated to science, but more specifically, a scientist that's working on bringing dead people back to life.
There you go. Yeah.
That guy was awesome. Good, man.
Edgelord, what are you talking about? Which one? What? Are you talking about the arcade machines? You talking about RPGs? What?
Probably the arcade machines.
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know. They've always been, over the years, they're always in constant flux. I'll get a game. If we don't play it, I sell it. I buy another game. I just keep moving them around. I used to do it a lot in my old house because I didn't have room for them. And that's why I regret. Well, again, here comes that word. It's not really regret. I didn't have the space, and I used the money to buy others, but like Mortal Kombat 1, Mortal Kombat 2, NBA Jam Tournament Edition, my original Street Fighter Big Blue.
Oh, he's talking about RPGs.
If I was going to keep, I guess today, if I was going to think about it, there would be two I would keep. If I had to get rid of everything and just keep two, I would keep second edition Core Rules, and I would keep Delta Green. Delta Green seems to have worked really well for my animals.
Yeah, it's a big hit.
Yeah, it is a big hit. They really like it. I mean, again, this was only our third session. And again, as soon as we finished it, one of the guys that's always been like one of the biggest, I don't want to call him a problem because he's not a problem, but he always wants rules defined in print. So if anything is, if there's not a rule for it or it requires a ruling, he always wants to argue it. Even he has been deadly quiet on this. He's just loving the system, and we got done, and he told me how much fun he's having with it. So it's definitely been a hit. So I don't know when we finish this one if we're going to do another Delta Green adventure or if maybe we'll try some Call of Cthulhu. Very similar, but I don't know. I mean, they're so hot on Delta Green right now. I might just stick with it for a while.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. Stan, how about you? What are you getting buried with?
I don't know. Like I have some stuff that I don't want to part with. Like I have my old AD&D books, which I'd never use again. I mean, there's much better versions of that game now that I could play. My Star Wars D6 collection's pretty, I wouldn't get rid of that. And honestly, it's weird. I've only run it once and I've played it, I don't know, I think 3, 4 times with like my Hyperborea stuff. It's just something about those books. I pick them up and I can just read them, and they're really good. They're beautiful books and great
Yeah.
system and setting. But I've already like my stuff. Like my son, unfortunately, my son wants to. He plays, he runs games, so I tell him all the time, "Well, you're going to inherit a ton of shit," and I'm like, anything you don't want, like if you're not going to get into painting miniatures, anything that isn't painted, fucking sell it, get rid of it, and the whatever game books, my group, I mean, they'll have, dibs on picking stuff over, my friends, if there's something they want that he doesn't want, but I mean, he's going to inherit a ton of crap between role playing game stuff, miniatures and terrain, guns, he's just tons of stuff he's going to be, but anything that they don't want, I've already talked to my friend, Brendan, that owns Crossroad Games, and, he'll come over, and he's done that before, and estate stuff, and just
Yeah.
take care of it.
It's cool that you can trust him, to do that.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine, and very fair and decent, great. I mean, I couldn't ask for a nicer friend to have. Actually, he's a great guy. Yeah, because you think about that stuff. Like, and one of my players was talking about that. Like his mom passed a couple of years ago, and she had like tons. I don't know what it was, like sewing stuff, or I don't know what it was. But he's like, dude, like we went down there to help my dad sort it out, and there was just shit everywhere. And he's like, I came home because his wife and daughter do cosplay stuff, and they're really good at it, but they have tons of stuff, just supplies and all. And he's like, you need to start organizing this stuff and figuring it out. So it's not just a load that you got to deal with in those, because I mean those times, as we all know, are shitty enough as it is. The last thing you want is to burden your family with like, what the frick are we doing with all this?
Yeah. I watched not to stay on the morbidity topic here, but I was watching some of that show, the Swedish death cleaning show there. I don't know if you guys have seen that or heard of that or whatever. And I guess it's like a Swedish custom or whatever. It's a Swedish thing. They have a word for it that I don't remember what it is, and I couldn't pronounce it anyway. But that's like, so it's called Swedish death cleaning. So what you do is you clean as if you're like, dead or whatever, but you do it like while you're alive, because like I guess in their culture, like they don't want to leave anything to people. So what they did is there's like 3 Swedish people that like came over here, and they did a show, and they go to different people's houses and stuff, and they basically like do this death cleaning where they where they say, okay, here's this like person, and like instead of like leaving it for their kids or whatever, they like take like a bunch of pictures, and they take a bunch of stuff, and they they give it to their kids, and they give it to their friends or whatever, their people, like they do that now, and they kind of share in those moments with those people, instead of like waiting and letting these people just sort through the pile of their life when they die. And so some of that is kind of made me think about some of this stuff. That's probably like the big driving force. I mean, that, and we want to move within a few years, but like I don't want to like, I look around, like I don't want to leave all this stuff for Chloe, my daughter,
Right.
or my wife. Like my wife will just get rid of it all, so it's just interesting. Yeah, Chubby, that's like one way to do it. I mean, you kind of mean that as a joke, but like it's not, like I've seen a lot of people do that, where they'll take like all their game books or the game books that they don't use a whole lot, and they'll just make sure they have the PDFs for them, and then they just sell the physical copies, and then they have a searchable database, so you can use like Notebook that. LLM or something, and just, I don't know how great it. I mean, I've used it, playing around with stuff. It can search a text pretty well and find stuff. I've used it for for that, but I don't know if you throw like an entire RPG collection at it, if you can ask it questions, if it'd figure it out, but yeah, I mean, that's interesting too. Like just to get rid of all the physical stuff and just have PDFs. I mean, now we're all walking around with, at least a phone and,
I've definitely
tablets, computers, everything else.
I've definitely done that. There's a lot of the stuff that I sold. I had legally acquired PDFs for, like the Warhammer 4E stuff. There was a Humble bundle, and I had all that stuff on PDF in my drive-through library. The Expanse was the same thing. Yeah, there's definitely products like that where I just go, well, I'm not attached to these books. I do like having them, and just in case I somehow back into playing it someday, it's nice to know I have the PDF of it. But I don't know, like my issue with that is I don't know how you guys feel about digital collections of things.
I don't want to run from a tablet or a computer.
That's not my issue. I actually I will say at the table I've gotten more and more used to having an iPad just because I like to PDF search things.
Yeah,
I'm okay with an iPad and running it on that.
The better I know a book, the more comfortable I am having the book, because I do like having a book. But if it's something I don't know very well, I actually like to have the PDF because I like to be able to search for keywords or terms if I'm trying to answer a rules question about something.
Yeah.
And, having both is obviously the best of both worlds. But if you
I'll do that at the table.
Yeah,
when I'm
like going to
I don't
cons,
want to do that as one shots and cons.
Yeah,
and stuff.
well, but going to cons, I would lug books around, and it's like I can just load all these PDFs on my iPad and not have to carry all these books with me to a convention. I don't know why I'm doing this to myself, but I do not get nearly the same satisfaction from digital collecting as physical collecting.
Yeah,
and I think that's true of most people. And I keep my PDFs fairly organized. I have a bajillion of them in Drive-Thru RPG, and then I have a Google Drive where they're all like by like the publisher and then folders for systems, and everything's organized. On Steam, I have like a crazy
all
Steam
legally
library.
Obtained, folks. All legally obtained.
They are. They are. Those ones, they know they mostly are. But Steam's like the same thing. I have so many Steam games, but like. You never get the same feeling looking at my Steam library as I do looking at a bookshelf of like old, physical games. It's just, and maybe that's just the age or generational thing. Maybe it'll be different.
I think so.
Because I remember spending a crazy amount of money over 10 years on CDs. Like I got really into music and filling out, 50 years of music, all the things that I liked and stuff like that. And then within 5 years, it's just like, well, why do you have this stuff for $10 a month? You can stream every song that ever existed.
Well, hold on. There's a problem with that, though.
No, there's a huge problem. There's lots of problems with not having physical stuff.
Well, so I'm back to collecting physical media, including CDs, because streaming, they can do whatever they want with it. They can change it, which is happening.
It's happening a lot now. Yeah,
you've got studios out there that are actually changing the music. They're actually taking some of the older artists. They said they have a problem now with like the newer generation, like Gen Z or whatever, that listens to music we listened to in the 80s. And they're like, oh, these guys sound horrible. And you have studios that are actually auto-tuning old music.
Yeah.
For this newer generation that doesn't like it.
They're George Lucasing the
right. So if you buy the physical media on CD, they can never change it on you. But if
I get it. I'm just telling you, it's a generational thing.
Well, I know it is. I know.
Yeah.
But they I'm not sure why, but CD sales have been like really on the rise the last 3 years now. And I thought it was our generation, but a lot of the reports I'm reading are saying that it's actually the younger generation that's getting into physical media for the first time in their life. And they like it over streaming because, listen, we used to go out and buy a CD. You pop it in and you'd listen to it over and over. You listen to every song on it. You knew the whole album. Now people get streaming, they hear one song and that's it. They play the same song on repeat, and they don't know the rest of the album. They don't have a clue.
Right.
So
right.
But they also don't know the pain of, I love that song I just heard on the radio. Let me spend $18 for this CD. Oh my God, the rest of it is absolute shit.
That's true.
So,
That's true. Yeah.
Right. Or if you want to hear the song, you gotta, phone up the radio station.
Yeah, who is that? Yeah. What song is that? Oh my God. Yeah.
Like the old days of sitting there on like a Friday night with some radio show on with your tape in there, ready to unpause it and start recording when your song came on.
Yeah, so you can make your own mixtape.
Yeah.
Matt was talking about having the PDFs there for easy access and all that. I'm kind of going through that right now with Chubby's Shadow Room. I'm going to be running it in 2.5 weeks or whatever. So I've been reading it. And my wife and I have been going away for the weekend. So I've got my tablet and I've got it on PDF. And, I'm sitting there in bed and I'm reading the PDF, and I am just not enjoying reading this book at all. I'm doing it because I've got to get prepared. I'm doing this game. I come home and I pull the book off the shelf and I lay in bed reading the book. And I'm like, oh, this is awesome. I'm flipping I don't even know what it is. Just, I'm flipping the pages. I'm like, oh, this is so good. I'm just really digging this. And I feel that way, I would look again, I'm looking at my Monster Manual 2, the game that got me, or the book that got me into Dungeons and Dragons. I have that PDF. I've had it for years. And I can scroll through the PDF on my computer. And I'm like, I just feel nothing at all about that book. If I pull it off the shelf and I just start looking at the monster stats, I mean, that's not the most exciting book on the planet. But I can open it up and I'll start flipping through. I'll look at the different monsters. I'm like, oh, this is so cool, man. I don't know what it is, man. PDFs, I'm glad I have them. It's great to have them as a backup, or like you said, I'm going to a con, I'm playing 20 games. I don't want to bring the Weird Frontiers Bible with me, so I've got a PDF of it. But, man, there's something about this, having that physical book in my hand, that makes it so much better for me. I don't even know what it is. Just, I'll take a book over a PDF any day of the week.
Yeah,
I agree.
The PDF is like a functional tool to use, and the book is like a physical artifact that has tangible attachment. It's definitely different for sure.
And one other thing, we were talking about, what are we going to take with us? You can't see them, but this inside this glass case here is my collection of Game Science razor cut dice. These are my favorite dice ever. They're not perfect. They've got the little casting nubs on them, but whatever. My mom bought me 2 sets when I was in Desert Storm in 1990 and mailed them to me. And inside this glass jar are those 2 sets. One of them's gold, one of them's pink. I've had them since then, and those will go with me in my little cremation box. They will never leave my side. Love these things. So
you don't want us to. I thought the plan was we were going to assemble a giant pile of random mismatched dice, and I'll put a shovel full on top of your casket. That's
I will raise from the dead as a revenant and choke you to death.
Todd says
vengeance will be mine.
We'll cancel it.
Todd says D&D without physical books is like a date without a girl. You can do it, but not much chance for a happy ending.
I totally agree, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm really against using the tablets and laptops and everything at the table. I've started using a laptop more and more at the table as a GM. I don't think I'll ever be okay with it for players to have their character sheets on their tablet or whatever. I don't know. The only reason that I use the laptop, and I started it because when I was running CNC, and I put all 3 core books in one PDF, and then I can easily search for things because some of the organization wasn't there. And then now I'm doing it with Shadow Dark to pull up monster stats quick, where I can just hit it in the search really quick and pull it up without having to flip through the book, and it's quicker. But I don't know, I would never get rid of books that I have in PDF, that I'm running. You know what I mean? Maybe something down the road, but.
So I want to touch on something you just said though.
Yeah.
I don't let like I don't want my players using laptops at the table. I've already told them because I've had
Sure.
problems before with it. The next thing you know, they're browsing the web and just doing all kinds of stupid shit.
Yeah.
But if one of my players showed up to the game with an iPad to sit in front of him and just uses his character sheet, I wouldn't have a problem with it. The idea that you're like, oh, I'm banning that at my table, that's just a you problem.
It is. I know.
If they're just using it for their character sheet and they're
Sure.
not playing on it, if they're not doing anything else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then who
No,
gives a
I
shit,
agree.
Roger?
I agree, Mike. No, Mike, you're
Okay.
100% right. You're 100% right. But my only thing with that is, and I've had this problem with other things before, not just, I've had it with like issues with dice towers and things like that, where one guy brings it and he's okay with it, right? Because he's rolling it, drops his dice in the dice tower and the dice fall and it's in like an open area so people can see it. And then we get that one guy that brings that stupid dice tower in that, you know, he's got to grab his two fingers and grab the die that's in there and he uses dice that you can't read. And I understand this is a me problem, right? But then, you know, and it's this player where when I talk to him and I say, listen, man, you're taking 5 minutes to make a die roll, right? Because there's a whole process that's involved. Like now I have to say, dude, so like I literally had to have a conversation with this other guy and said, listen, man, I got to ban dice towers at the table because I know if I say something to this guy, like, listen, you can't have it because of these things, blah, blah, blah. The first thing he does is, oh, well, this guy's got it. So no, I'm with you 100%, Mike.
Well,
if I had a player that would come to the table and would have the tablet and isn't messaging people and is doing, you know, and is character sheeting and the book and all of that on there, 100%, I'm absolutely for it. It's fantastic.
I just don't address a problem at my table if it doesn't exist. If it exists, you got the guy that can't play nice with his dice tower. Then yeah, don't use it anymore. I've had two people at my table that they use the absolute worst dice possible. I mean, nobody can read them. And what they do is they roll them and then they immediately pick them up and they'll hold them up to their face and tell me what they rolled. And I'm like, enough of that. Enough of that. Because one of the guys sat next to one of my long-term players, and after the session ended, he's like, that dude cheated on every dice roll all night long. That's not what
he was rolling, yeah.
Right. So
it was Hearthstone, Paul. It was Hearthstone.
Yeah.
But
so,
yeah, I mean, I've had that happen.
It was on Discord, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That story. Yeah.
Right. So at that point, I'm just like, oh, right, dude, you need to get new dice. You need to roll them out there and do not freaking touch them. You know, roll it in front of us and don't touch it because I can't trust you.
Yeah.
And I hate to have to tell a player that,
Mike,
but
I respect what you're saying. I understand 100%. I've had a couple issues in different games with players. One, I had a guy with a tablet at a table years ago, and he was like, when it came to his turn, it was always like, wait, what? Because he's browsing the web and he's chatting on Facebook or whatever with it and all of that. I had another guy that he had his character sheet on his phone, but like whenever you look at his phone or whenever he'd pull it out, he'd have to close his fantasy, his baseball fantasy.
No, I get it.
Because he's got his baseball team and he's got, the baseball game and the stats, And so for me, I don't want to deal with that because I remember what I had to deal with telling those people, hey, listen, man, can you not use that? Right. It just caused, so much of a disturbance with, man, what do you mean you don't trust me? I'm not doing, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying everybody's like that, but It's easier for me because I've been burned by that stuff to just lead with, hey, no digital stuff.
And that's why I said, if it's not a problem, don't make it a problem. But the minute it is, I'm all for getting rid of it. I had to ban looking up. One of the guys was using his phone every time there was a rule question. He would pull out his phone and Google it. And I'm like, you got to stop because you're coming up with these stupid AI answers that are wrong.
Well, especially if he's getting the AI answers or he's getting somebody's Reddit post,
right,
and not the actual quoted rule.
Right. Look up a D&D rule and even specify first edition or this or that. It'll still give you like 5e answers and everything else. I'm like, so no more. I'm like, I go, if you have it on your, like, say you got your tablet and you have the rule book there, you want to go look in the rule book, I'm okay with that. But if you're just going to pull up Google and search it, forget it. That's not.
Yeah.
We're not going with rules based off Google anymore.
So if someone is playing Skyrim on their gaming laptop during your Shadowrun game, how will you feel about that?
No, he's going to play WoW. He's going to play WoW.
I was going to say one of the cooler technology things I've seen that one of my friends showed me is he sold me on this device. Period. The Remarkable tablet. I use it for work mostly. But one of the cool things you can do with it is, do you guys know what the Remarkable is?
Yeah.
It's like a Kindle. It's like the Kindle
Ken,
Scribe is kind of the
Ken
Kindle knockoff product of it. Yeah. So it's like it's an e-ink tablet that you use for writing. It can read PDFs. You can load PDFs on it. But you can link it to your Google Drive. So at cons, if you use Google Drive to scan your character sheet, it'll sync up to the cloud. You can pull it down to the tablet, and the tablet doesn't run like YouTube and stuff like that. It's e-ink. So it's just really for reading PDFs and writing. But so you can create an edit, a PDF of like your character sheet from all your con games that you can write on, and then you can keep them forever without having all the pieces of paper. And same, like you can take a picture of the map, and then you can have a map that you can take notes on,
and you can
like it's a really cool like that's one of the cooler for gaming. Like if you want a technology thing that's not disruptive, that I think is actually helpful, like that's one of the good ones.
I have Adobe Acrobat on my iPad, and Acrobat allows me to link it to my Dropbox.
Oh, you can do all that stuff with an iPad for sure. Right. But the point is that an iPad has all these other things it can do. To Roger's point, you get a notification. The next thing you know, you're playing Candy Crush or whatever. Right. And then the other thing is kind of to Jason's earlier point about reading. Like I find there's a huge difference because you can write on an iPad. You get an iPad and the Apple Pencil, and you can write on there. You can read PDFs. I don't actually hate reading most books on a Kindle. It's too small for like a RPG rule books, but for novels, I've actually gotten away from reading most physical novels. I like to read them on my Kindle because it's so portable and I never lose my place, and I can see forever all the books that I've read, and I can highlight stuff, and I find that kind of enjoyable. I hate marking up actual physical stuff, but I can highlight like crazy in a Kindle book, and you can search for your own highlights later if I like all of that. But I do think there's a difference, like reading and writing on e-ink feels a lot more to me in my brain for whatever reason, like I'm interacting with a book versus an iPad with that glossy kind of, and I know they sell something you can put on there that makes it feel more like,
you're right paper, though.
But it's something, it's a very different experience for me.
Isn't the Remarkable, don't you, in order to get the sync thing to work and stuff, don't you have to have a subscription?
It's like $2 a month or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't use my iPad at the table. I have an iPad and it sits on my nightstand. And so I'll put books on Dropbox. So then if I go up to bed, my wife's always asleep. So I'll just throw in my earbuds, put on some music, pull up a book, and I'll go through rules and stuff there. Or if I'm prepping an adventure, maybe I'll just sit up there and read it. The problem is when I get up in bed and do that, I can only read for just so long before I'm ready to fall asleep doing it. So it's not the best way to do it. But the only my iPad also comes with me at all my conventions because that's what I run my Square from. And that's it. That's all I use it for reading when I'm in bed, and I use it for my, business stuff. I don't use it in the game. I like physical books in front of me at the table.
Yeah, me too. But like with Castles and Crusades, like I found myself, wishing I had, something. So that's why I combined the 3 core PDFs and I had it open on my laptop. And whenever there was something that said like, oh, this means you're stunned, then like we had to look, like I can easily look that up. And so, what does this mean?
For 2E, a lot of people.
Did you actually find that rule?
No, it doesn't exist.
I was going to say.
A lot of people really have some hate towards the reprinted 2nd edition books because they change the artwork and whatnot.
Sure.
But and people complain about the layout, but the layout is absolutely phenomenal. They're just grumpy because of the artwork. But I understand it. I mean, but when it comes down to like on my iPad, I will only use PDFs of the reprints because they're clean, they're not scans, and they're properly bookmarked, so I can get anywhere in the book.
That's important.
I can highlight stuff. So when a rule comes up and there's a question about it, after the game is done, I will literally pull up the PDF. I will highlight it in yellow. I'll clip it and I'll send it to a text to the text group and be like, okay, here is the ruling on that. This is how it works. And I love it. It's a nice tool to have. But again, when I'm sitting at the table, I've got my hardcovers in front of me. That's, they're not as easy to search as a PDF is, but for the most part, I know where they are.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If you know where the stuff is in the book, like you know where to find the stuff. Like, I mean, that was me with like 3.5, like back in, once I ran it for years. I mean, you just know, no, here's this rule. It's on this page, or you can get close to it.
I think somebody brought it up last week. It came up and I made a comment, and I don't think anybody responded to it. But somebody said something like where are saving throws, and I said page 101. And that goes all the way back from the 90s because it was just there were certain pages that we had memorized. We knew exactly where the things were.
Use it all the time,
and they just stuck with you over the years. You don't forget it.
Yeah, it's like Dragonbane. A lot of the important rules are on page 52.
Yeah, there you go.
I think for second edition, the poisons table is on page 92 in the DMG. I think.
Yeah, awesome.
It's been 30.
Take care, Stephen.
Years.
Yeah, it's some stuff you just remember. It's interesting. But yeah, the whole PDF thing, I don't know, like PDFs to replace the physical books. Like, I don't know. I can't bring myself to do it with anything that I plan on running, or anything that I want to run or plan on running. Cause I really want to have the book at the table.
Yeah, I'm a book guy. The one PDF that I get them because sometimes they're handy and maybe I'll print off something or whatever. Yep. But like, I think Matt was right. It's a generational thing. My son will read PDFs and he has books, like he likes books too, but he'll much more like able to use a PDF. Me, I'm like, nope, I need the actual book at the table. Like the only PDF I've actually really read mostly through the entire thing was Tales of Agosa, just because I started reading it, and then the more I read, the more I liked, and I kept reading it. But a lot of it, I'm like, I'll just wait until the book comes in.
Well, I don't know how you guys were in like high school, middle school, but like we played D&D a lot back in those days, and it's like we played a lot. We play at my house in the summertime because we play on the front porch, but like all the rest of the year, we play at my friend's house, and we play right in his living room. And he lived, just down the street. But everywhere I left the house, I've got my player's handbook, my DM's guide, and my monster manual with me, and off I go. And you carry those books around with you, and they're a staple. We didn't have PDFs. Well, now we're at the stage where young kids now are like they don't want the physical books. They just want a cheap PDF. I got to buy a physical book for everything. If I'm going to use the game, I got to buy a physical book.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. No, me too. I'm the same way.
That's why we have bookshelves full of stuff we have to cull now because we keep buying it all.
Yeah. No, I'm the same way. Like Mike, if you said, hey, I'm going to run this game, whatever for us here, right, or whatever, I'm going on eBay.
Right.
I'm looking for a copy.
Listen, if you said you're running a first edition game next week and you invited me over and I'm going to show up, my ass is going to show up. Let's see the one. My ass is going to show up with this book right here.
With a 2 ebook? Oh.
No, it's going to show up with
yeah.
This is my there you go. My original one, and that's what I'm going to sit at the table and play with because.
Absolutely, sure.
Yeah, I mean, Mike. The other thing, getting back to what you were saying, that is kind of scary is, say you don't have any books, right? All you have is the PDFs. I mean, you really are losing something there. Like, I bought a bundle of the Warhammer 40 books, the whole Enemy Within campaign, and it's a great campaign. I read through them; it's great. I know I'll never play it. When I decided I didn't want those anymore, I sold them for a little bit more than I paid. You can't buy PDFs from drive-through and then go, oh, I'm not going to play these, and then get your money back.
Right.
Like you're not going to buy a PDF and hold on to it for 20 years and have it go up in value because you kept your PDF in good condition. Like you can't, I mean, I guess you can pass PDFs on, but sure, I guess my sons will inherit my Steam library with its bajillion games. But by the time I'm dead, are they going to be playing these 50-year-old PC games? Or are they like scroll through the
USB drive?
Right. They're going to
contains all my knowledge.
Right. They're going to scroll through the library and look at Pop's like list all these games he had that we've never heard of. Like there's definitely you're losing some. Like, but this is a whole much longer non-RPG conversation about how our society is moving away from ownership, right?
Sure.
Like even on the PC side, they're making it more and more so that they want you to basically rent access to PCs,
rent access to everything.
Like it's crazy what's going on. So that's a whole separate topic, but it is definitely something to think about when you think about like, am I buying these licenses to own an electronic product, or am I actually buying a physical product?
Right.
Yeah. Now, physical is definitely good. I mean, and I don't know, like I said, like with the Gong Farmer's Almanac, like that stuff, like I'll never physically need those at the table. You know, like those being in PDF, I think is fine. If I'm ever going to need something, I could search them and print out a couple pages that I need. Because I don't think anybody's using like more than a few pages from those books at a time. You know, because it's not a game, right? It's just a collection of add-ons for DCC. So like so I can get rid of those because I got the PDFs, right? Like it doesn't matter to me. But I think it's like more like core books and things like that I really want to have physical copies of. Even like adventures, like I keep some of the older adventures, but some of the like newer adventures and stuff, like I can just get on PDF and be done with it. I just read it from the screen or print out the pertinent copies and that's it.
It's funny, like with my arcade stuff, I'll get people all the time that aren't part of the hobby that are like, well, you could just run MAME and
just emulate it. Yeah.
Get a Raspberry Pi and hook it up to your TV and run it.
Yeah.
There's a difference when I have people over. Like when we first moved into the house, I had 2 years in a row, we had a Halloween party here. And we've talked about doing it again in the future because it's been a long time, 10 years since we did it. But we ran these Halloween parties and we had the whole arcade open. And when you got 15 games, dark room, black lights going, and
it's cool.
You walk back there, there's 30 people back there playing the games and enjoying it. You don't get that on MAME,
Right.
And when you've got 1,000 games or more, 4,000 games on a MAME list, you get that paralyzation. People look at that list. It takes forever to scroll through it. They don't know what they're going to play. It's different when they walk up and they see a physical game in front of them, and they're like, "Oh, I remember playing that." I'm
like, "Oh, this is cool, Street Fighter." Yeah, right. Absolutely,
right,
sure.
And I think it's like that with everybody. For us, it's the nostalgia thing of having those physical books that younger kids today don't have. It's weird because in different mediums, like with the arcade, they didn't grow up with them. They never saw them before. My kids' friends have come over. They've never seen an arcade game in their life, and they walk in and they're just like, "Oh my God, look at this," and they take right to it. But you don't. That's kind of a rare occasion these days with younger generations and this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I got to go through my my books too and start culling some of that stuff, like the non-RPG books. Get rid of some of that.
I did that a while ago, but I don't read. It's weird because I don't read physical, like non-D&D, non-game books as much as I used to. When I was a kid, I was a voracious reader, and I don't. I listen to a lot of books. I have a big Audible library, which will go to nowhere, but I buy books though, just because I love books. Like Jeff Talanian is like one of the biggest downfalls for me buying books, because he'll post stuff and it'll be like this old book, fantasy book that I'd never heard of, and I'm like, oh, that sounds really cool, and then I go track it down and I try to find, I'm like, oh, I buy books. Like I want the whole collection of Bernard Cornwell's. The one that the Netflix series was made on, like The Last Viking. And it's like 13, 15 books. And I want that whole collection because I started listening to them, and they had a great narrator, one of the best, and then they changed narrators, and now I can't listen to them.
I read a couple of them. I actually got my daughter into them. She read them.
They're awesome.
Yeah.
I never wanted to jump on a ship and go pillage a village more in my entire life than listening to those books. That sounded like a great friggin' time.
This might sound weird to people, but actually retiring ruined my book reading. Because when I was working, when I was in the prison, I had 9 years in the plate shop, and literally I'd have the plate runs aren't like they used to be. They're constantly running them all the time. So there's no like huge runs anymore. So we'd have I don't know, man, 15 inmates in the shop, and there were 2 of us that worked down there. And the inmates that were in the shop, they didn't want to lose their jobs. They didn't screw around. They had good jobs, so they were on their best behavior. So it was literally like you'd sit there for 8 hours a day, and I'd go through a novel every 2 or 3 days.
Yeah.
And I've just, every week, couple books. And then I retired, and I just can't seem to find the time to do it. There's always something else to do.
I got a buddy of mine that works in Sing Sing, and he's in the I don't know, the room where there's all the cameras and you like open and close the gates and all that stuff.
Arsenal.
And he says, the what? What's that?
Arsenal.
Okay, yeah, Arsenal probably, yeah. And he says like there's like 8 guys in there, and they don't do shit. Like they just hang out.
So that's probably a new thing. So cameras were fairly new as I was leaving, so I don't know what the camera rooms are like. So it's probably not the Arsenal.
But he just that's all he does all day is just read.
Yeah.
Like, and that's all you do is like you hear a buzzer because somebody's trying to get in. You look up and you verify, that's them or whatever, or you say, "Oh, who are you?" or what your ID or whatever, whatever, and you push the button, you buzz them in, and that's all he does is read, read all day.
That's the thing people never realized about that job. It's like 99% boredom until the minute all of a sudden a code goes off and something's happening, and your heart goes from 0 to 100 in a second. But 99% of the time it's just boredom. You're sitting around babysitting a bunch of guys doing whatever.
Thanks for coming, Todd.
Thanks for stopping by, Todd. Appreciate
we'll have to get you on sometime. Let me know. Shoot me a message or an email or a pigeon or an owl or whatever. A raven. Well, I don't know how communication works nowadays. I'm not a techno person. Send a raven. On the culling thing, I wanted to, one of the things that I tried to do is look at each genre and try and figure out what am I actually going to run here, and that was difficult for me to try and pick and choose. I started looking at the cyberpunk stuff, and I've got the cyberpunk red stuff. I've got the neon skies, and I don't feel like I would run cyberpunk red again, but I don't know, I didn't want to get rid of it.
I really hope you change your mind, and I know we've talked about that before.
Sure.
I honestly believe it was just such a negative experience for both of us, I would add. But I thought you were running it fine. I was into the story. I'd love to see you run it at a con or something. Just do a one shot, or with the group. Just do a one shot, make something simple because the characters are a little complicated. You gotta remember all those skills.
Yeah, but like Josie's waiting for the alien 1+ shot. But that's the thing. I look at that and I'd rather run Neon Skies. I think
I would be down for that too.
Red.
Sure,
you know what I mean.
I think I'd probably run Neon Skies only because I looked at it. We've talked about it. I really wanted to try out a cyberpunk game. I looked at all the cyberpunk things, and Talasaurian games completely turned me off. Mm-hmm. You can't sell your books for $50+ and then want to charge, half as much again for the PDF.
Yeah,
just to buy a core book plus the PDF is $75.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
That's the kind of thing Troll Lords does, and it bugs me too.
Yeah, that's one thing that I think Goodman has been really good at. Now I know some of their licensed stuff, they've been awful at it, but I think it's because of the way the licenses are, where they couldn't have PDFs and stuff. But all their books now that I see that comes out, they have right in the inside cover, there's the drive-through RPG code. And I don't know if that's changed or what, but as far as I know, like, you buy the physical book, you get a free PDF with it.
I know Chaosium's not as good about it, but like Arc Dream Publishing, well, Chaosium, they will not give you PDFs if you bought it from Amazon. Or
Yeah,
you
no,
it
it has to be from a con or specific stores. Yeah,
it's got to be bits and mortar stores that are part of that program.
Yeah, Arknight, you just sent to show you have a book, and they give it to you.
Arknight, they're like, we don't care where you could buy. I could buy it from you, Roger. All I got to do is take a picture with the book.
Yeah, and show
and
it.
They will send a PDF.
Mike, how's it going?
Fantastic. Hey, good to see you guys. How are you?
How's everything going with
we have been blown away.
Good.
We have been blown away by the love so far. Oh my gosh.
Getting tired yet or what?
It's definitely been a day. I have just been loaded up with cake, so we're about to and roll on to the next thing.
Nice. Yeah, no problem, Matt. Yeah. What
we were just briefly, Matt. Have a good
one. We were just talking about so we started at 6. So we were talking about culling our collection and stuff. So that was our chat for today. Oh, here's here's Agile.
Now we're going to talk about expanding
like
collections.
Terrible thing. Yes.
Culling the collection. Yeah, so we talked we talked about culling the collection, and so now, of course, that we've gotten rid of a bunch of books, now we can talk about new acquires, right?
Can I interrupt for a second? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before we start this topic.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
Edgelord wanted to know what system Neon Skies is. It is a one and done. It's his own system. Mm-hmm. You buy that one book and that's it. It's all you need.
It's pretty interesting. It's a D6 pool, but you're only looking for a 6. And so opposed rolls, if I'm rolling 5 die 6 and you're rolling 4, you both roll your set. Whoever gets a 6 wins. If you both get a 6, then you each lose a die and roll again until somebody only gets a 6, and then that person wins that contest. It's really, really simple. And I think it's really cool. There's some different like combat moves and like vehicle moves and stuff that you can do, and it's kind of neat. So yeah, making rooms for Zendria and consortiums and Zendria. I don't know. All these words. Why is it that every RPG?
I'm really enjoying seeing these new systems that are trying to make combat smooth.
Yes, combat smooth is definitely important. We've definitely come a long way from. Well, I don't know. It's weird, right? It seems like it was simple back, originally. And then it got complicated, and then people tried to simplify things again. And then it got, it's kind of this kind of up and down with everything. And right now we're in like a, small game, I think with like Morkborg and like Shadow Dark. I mean, maybe we're starting to come out of it and go towards more complicated stuff. But we'll see. We'll see what happens, I guess, when 6th edition comes out. We'll see what that looks like.
Oh God, Chuck's here.
Oh, Chuck's here. What's up? Trolls off,
Chuck.
buddy.
What's up?
Thanks for coming. So,
I'm just curious. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
Hey.
Sorry, yeah, I wanted to make sure because I was all these bouncing around and trying to track everything is kind
of we're fried.
Yeah,
we're having a great time.
Well, I just want to say it's great to see Mike here, Roger, and to see Jason and Dakota. How you doing, man? You guys are really. Right. That's super, super kind of you to take time to do this. I just thought it was going to be. I figured we might just be hanging out with Roger while he made fun of me or something. I don't know. So.
Well, no, usually I'm the one that's getting made fun of, but.
But it's fine.
No, it's a blast. It's a blast. We love it. We're happy to have you on. We're happy to push your stuff. You're definitely what I don't know how, like an OSR champion or even gaming champion, right? I don't want to say OSR. I see you obviously on a lot of the OSR streams and stuff, but I know that you're a your kind of thing on Discord says what any game that you're enjoying is the best game, or
Yep, exactly.
Kind of paraphrasing.
Any
Yeah.
game that you and your friends are playing, it is the best game. That's or I also like to say, because like I said, you can put down, I think it was Jason who said it one night too, on a call one time, where he said, if they'd never played before, but they've heard the term D&D, you could sit down with any game and just say, oh, this is D&D. I think, this is D&D.
Yeah.
Just, we're playing D&D, guys. Doesn't matter what it's called, right? So I always say the best version of D&D is the one you and your friends love to play and have a blast doing,
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Even if it's second edition, though, Agile.
Come on, man, jeez.
So
okay, Roger. The best edition is Rollmaster. There you go. Deal with that.
Oh boy.
Roger. We might have to pull you out in the back alley there at the convention.
No, I'm just joking. No, but these guys like second edition. I rag on them for it. Obviously, like play what you want to play, and if that's what does it for you, do it.
Hey, when I was a teenager, I enjoyed third edition. And then one day 3.5 happened, and I was like,
really?
Let's try something else. I ended up switching to Pathfinder, and I liked
really.
Pathfinder a lot.
I had the opposite problem. Third edition came out. We started with that, and we were like, oh, geez, maybe we should have, stuck with the older stuff. And then 3.5 came out, and we were like, oh, this is much better.
Well, so the thing is we ended up homebrewing so much along the way. We kind of built something that was adjacent to 3.5, and we were like, well, why? But then I was like, okay, no, not at all, Jabis. I'm Michael.
That's our buddy Joe. Sorry, I'm a terrible host. They just jumped in mid-conversation, and we just started talking to him. So, hey, this is Agile Monk and Michael, and they're promoting Wondrous and Dangerous Consortiums and Zendria World Book and Lore Book, which is a setting that is system agnostic, and it is doing pretty good right now. We're at 12,600. I don't know if I gotta refresh this and see where we're at. But 12,593, 109 backers, 29 days to go. Obviously just launched 5 hours ago, 4 o'clock. And Agile Monk, of course, we see him in the chat all the time. He's always promoting good gaming and all that stuff. Michael, we've seen him on a few different streams and whatnot. And they created this thing and, bringing everybody together and, pushing this Kickstarter. I think it's amazing. And I was backer number 1, by the way, guys. I don't know if
were you?
knows that, but, backer number 1. Yeah, I've proof.
Roger,
I took a screenshot. But
wow.
Yep.
Well, thank you. No, that's awesome. Hey, cool.
I mean,
right at the end of the funding period, you'll be seeing Golling's Devour with everybody else who backed within the first 72 hours, and we'd love to hear some feedback from you. Just that little teaser adventure. That's the only true one shot that you'll see. Everything else has a lot more depth, and we'd like to talk about these things. Consortiums, Zendria, 2 books. Consortiums is a world building and narrative toolkit. It is essentially a masterclass on let's design organizations. We use the word consortiums because if we just called the book orgs, we figured everyone would fall asleep because this is not a PowerPoint. We wanted to say, hey, how do we take those parts of whether it's TTRPGs, board games, or even video games and take that thing that's just a flat prop, let's breathe some life into it, give it some dimensions and make the players care, because that's how you get good collaborative storytelling. And that's how you get engagement is when the PCs start to see those recurring people, those recurring symbols, those recurring themes, they remember, and then you begin those really cool encounters. We don't just want to remember the times we rolled 20. We want to remember the cool interactions we had with the NPCs and the stories that we built along the way. Yeah. And this is a toolkit to build that. Agile, you want to take over for Zendria?
Hi there, I'm Agile Monk. Normally I just sit back on the streams and chats in the community, and I've just done my best to try to support a positive gaming environment. I do have my favorites like everybody, and I do lean certain ways, but with regards to that, but my goal is, we're a veteran-owned business, and we have veterans in here, and and some of us are disabled, injured, all that and the like. And our goal was to build a business, veteran-owned business. We make everything in the USA. We do it all here. Our partners are veteran-owned businesses. Our printers are veteran-owned businesses. Everything we do just to try to keep that concept together. And our goal is to basically help ensure that the youth of today going forward can learn about this gaming and not just what they see on TV or on their phones, but can realize the power and benefit of TTRPGs, what it can do for them, their families, and their future, help them be better vocabulary, learn more, and grow and expand. While at the same time, we do a lot of stuff for the veteran community, with both PTSD, suicide, things like that, supporting that, working with the VA and others. We support the conventions by giving away stuff for veterans, disabled veterans, and the like. And our objective is to just build solutions that can be used by everybody. And we want to share that. We want to give back to the community and the hobby. Let you take our stuff, build off it, build your own, maybe even make some money, help independent creators be successful, and see this hobby expand. Because the truth is, Michael's 40, I'm 62. We're not always going to be here with this passion. We have to create a whole new evolution of people with the passion and drive to keep this going. Because as someone who has lost a number of veterans to suicide, who shot themselves in the parking lot at the VA, I've had some pretty rough moments there myself. This game, and I'll just say it, I'm a little more open about it now. I was quiet, but it saved my life. This hobby saved my life. Okay. And the people that I gamed with and played with, I run stuff with veterans and others. And so to me, there is no better hobby out there for the value of the time, money, and effort like this to bring people together and create something amazing. And so we just want to do that. We want to pump it up. We want to pump the hobby up. We want to be positive in the community. And so normally I don't talk, so this is a little uncomfortable for me, but I'm doing my best. And we're thankful to be out here and be able to promote this. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, you're doing fantastic. For somebody that doesn't talk, you're doing great. I don't talk that much either. So no, welcome to the show. You guys are doing great. I think on the the Kickstarter's doing fantastic. We love what you guys are doing. Obviously Agile, I got more experience with dealing with you than I do Michael, but I'm sure that the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. And I've got a convention coming up in a couple weeks, and Agile has donated 10 weekend passes for veterans. And so, we're dealing with that, and that's that's fantastic. And I know you've done a lot of good in the community, and everybody loves you for it. It's fantastic. I want to talk about the Kickstarter and stuff. Now Please. That we got some people watching, though, I'd love to say, you don't talk, Roger, right? Hey, just for those of you out there that are new, if you like me talking, please, subscribe to the channel, like, share, subscribe, all of that fun stuff. Go on the Kickstarter for this guy's stuff, back this stuff. I'm going to take the link here. I'm going to post it in the chat here. And everybody should definitely go and check that out and back it if you haven't. I'm sure some of these people have obviously come over from other streams, but I think it's fantastic. I love what Agile is doing. So I, like myself and Jason talked about this earlier, like we're happy to do it just to support you guys, because we support everything that you guys support. If that makes sense, it doesn't sound like a tongue twister.
And so, see, this is what we mean by the community. As Agile was saying, we want to see the next round of people build. So our innovation to you and everybody that backs this is we're going to give you the licensing, which Agile is absolutely going to gush about. We're going to give you the tools. We're going to give you all the convenient files, and we're going to talk about that here soon, so that you can just jump in and whether it's you want to run a session, write a book, build a world, publish your world, whatever it is, this toolkit's going to be, it's going to belong in your hands the whole time, because we believe that you'll be able to use this and then go create your innovations, your projects. And that's what we want to see. That's when we know this has really succeeded, is we want to hear you all come back and say, oh yeah, we were reading this and we got some good ideas, and bam, I just published my first thing.
Sure. So how how separate the consortium's side of it? That's mostly you, Michael.
Correct.
What?
I am the author of
How
that
much
book.
of that is like pre-made, like organizations, and how much of it is, like the random charts and to kind of develop the stuff yourself?
So let's eliminate that last thing you said. It's not random charts. Yes, we do have charts in there.
Okay.
We do have tables, but it's not just, hey, roll a few d6s and bam, you've got your organization. No. We dedicate more than 60 pages to describing all these fundamental values and dimensions of each of what a consortium is and what it would look like. And we're imagining it from this like very detailed, but also high level point of view, like you might see on a wiki or like an actual gazetteer. We want to help you be able to write those, because a lot of people, they can get a couple of lines down, but then either the brainstorming session doesn't quite happen right, or they just can't figure out how to make everything connect, let alone how to help players engage with it. We're going to walk you through that by talking about what we call our 4 pillars. And so we start with history. How did it get started? How long ago did it get started? Why does it even exist? And then we're going to go from there, and we're going to examine who started it versus the leadership of today. Could be the same person. We're going to look at the structure. How do they manage themselves? How do they stay organized? Who's really in charge? How does that power center work? Member culture. How does everyone behave? How do they dress? Are there limitations on meals? Yes, we examine serious depth, because what we want to say is okay, if I'm going to build this consortium, it probably should at least somewhat fit the culture, unless it's deliberately designed to be the antithesis of that culture. But if you come from a particular culture that has, say, certain key limits on, we're going to go with the meals thing, you're probably going to see something similar, or maybe even more extreme, like a pious order might say, hey, you're not allowed to eat X. And that's just a small little taste that will become a memorable detail when you run in these sessions, and can be used for plot clues. Like you see someone claiming to be part of this faction, but then you see them wearing the wrong garb or participating in activities that they're not allowed. And you go, are you sure? These tiny little things open up and expand and build out how you can bring an adventure in, even just off the top of your head, and get players rolling and motivated to interact. And that's where they're going to remember.
Yeah. Awesome. Is there, I don't want to hog the thing. So if you guys have any questions, or if there's anything you guys want to talk about, but, is there like provisions in the book for like the PCs to get into like this organization and kind of work their way up the hierarchy?
Absolutely. So that's one of the big points of the adventures. So if you either get them as add-ons, or you select a high enough reward tier that has adventures in it, we're going to give you 7 adventures, each one of which is tied to one of the consortiums. And what does it tied mean? They're going to be a key stakeholder in the adventure in some way, whether they're trying to get whether the players want to help, or harm, hinder or help. That's up to them. We don't have to railroad players, because we're building, again, cooperative, collaborative storytelling. We're looking at it and saying, yes, when you see this adventure, you're going to get a playbook and a narrative book. The narrative book will walk you through, hey, who would actually be interested in this? What kind of character backgrounds will matter? What are the consequences? At every stage of every adventure, you're going to see how the consequences march in advance, and the players are going to be met with dilemmas that get them to tug them one way or the other. And in some cases, on more mystery-oriented adventures, that tug of war might keep going back and forth throughout the adventure. And we don't want to give anything too much away. One of the adventures, though, the players have to interact with 2 different groups that have the exact same goal, but only one of them can come out on top. Who are the players going to choose to make sure that happens? At the end, we give you, here's the consequences based on whatever the PCs did. Here's the consequences. Take that Word document that Agile Monk talks about with the playbook, and go ahead and pencil in and add in those new details about how your players changed your world and how they've left a mark. Now, you don't need any new prep. There's no complex system. You don't need complex charts or to roll dice. You know this was a consequence. Now the consortium is going to interact with the PCs in a new light.
Okay. And this, I imagine, right, that all of this kind of shoes in to the Zendria setting. These all consortiums and groups and everything are in that world.
Correct.
And that's a lore book and a world book.
And a play guide on how to run sandbox games as well as West Marches games. And we'll give you that guidance on, okay, you want this consortium is going to exist.
Yeah.
Okay.
All of the stuff we build is designed to teach as well as do it. So for example, let me use some books. You see, they give you a paragraph on this. You maybe see a couple pages on this. Well, in the world book, we talk about how to use things, but we also say, hey, here's an entire detailed chapter from all the way from old school to modern on how to run West Marches campaigns and the benefits and how to do it and keep it through live and run it where you're doing live time and all that. Having run West Marches for 50 players before and multiple GMs, I mean, down to how to run that sandbox campaign and run it that way and the benefits of that. And we have a whole thing on that too. And even some of the add-ons we got from Trollord that we're giving, we brought nothing but lots of world building and creation tools so that right down to a book called the NPC Registrar book, which you can get in depending where you pledge, which the NPC Almanac register literally gives you over 200 pages of class and non-class based and class-based information on characters and all their stats and information for anything you can imagine. So as a GM, you can immediately pop it into play.
Awesome. And so it's a 2-book set, right? The consortiums and the Zendria. What's the physical size of the book? Are they half size or are they full, like sheet
8.5 by 11? Yeah, full size.
8.5 by 11, full size books. They look like, in the pictures, they look like 300 pages.
So consortiums weighs in at just shy of 200.
200, okay.
And then Zendria?
Yeah, we're more. So I have to say this because we're doing the book's done, but we're doing the final late design with artwork and some things in the maps. So, but think of it as it's more of a 250 to 300 page book. And I say that just because as we go to final layout for it, because we've got everything done on this one, it was the next in line. So we're doing it, as you can imagine, because we've had to do all the artwork, create this. It's taken 2.5 years to do all this. I'm waiting to see what it ends up being. Matter of fact, because it was getting closer to 300, I may end up cutting some down. I don't know. It just depends. But at the end of the day, it's very full. That's one of the reasons why I created a Zendria Player's Guide, which is a PDF that's a book in of itself, because like a 100-page book in of itself that basically is for the GM to say, okay, here's your player's guide. You can give this to your players. Oh, but wait, there's more. Here's the Word document master file. Customize it. Get in there and say what races, what ethnicities, what you use in your world, what you don't use in your world, what you want to use, whatever. Make any modifications, changes. Then you can repeat it up, PDF it up, or whatever you want to do. Give it to your players and say, here's my custom version. This is my world.
Right. Yeah. And so I've kind of heard you mention before, you kind of developed your own license with this.
Yeah,
so
we have,
can do that and then repackage.
We have a phenomenal, it took 7 months of working with attorneys. We work with Premac Rogers and Down, and Noah Downs is one of the partners there. And their whole specialty is IP and TTRPGs and content creation for this industry and hobby. They've debated and fought against, WotC. They've done battles, protecting people. They've got a lot of clients. They work with a lot of people. And I said, no, we're going to do something game changing. We're going to create something that no one else is willing to do. And that is we're going to create an open content license that lets people, as a matter of fact, I can even talk to it and share some of it. But we go to the extreme. The reason it took so long to create is because we are giving grants of license for personal use as well as commercial use. But for example, you can take all this stuff in Zendria and consortiums, go out there and start playing games, use it all, make money, and you can do it all without anything. Okay. You can go use it for paid games, for non-paid games, for commercial use, for live streaming, whatever you want. We create all this freedom so you can take the maps, like our city and town maps, which are phenomenal. They don't say Zendria in it. They just say the name of the city town, so you can drop it in your own world. We have portals to let you move between worlds. That's really big to us too. But so in this vault, when you get this, and depending where you pledge, you'll be given access, and you'll be able to download all of these 8K images, all of these maps and city towns, the battle maps, the artwork, everything, and be able to use it to your heart's desire. And then we take it, but it's funny, just for some fun, in this licensing model, I couldn't help do it because I have maybe some leftover issues from the olden days, but we literally restrict, because we're no AI anything company, we have restrictions in our license that say no publicly traded companies, I think we all know who that is, can use any of our material. They can't scan it. They can't put it in their LLMs. They can't do anything like that to steal and monetize against it and use it. They can't. But all you independent people and small creators and whatever, you can use it completely. I mean, we've literally called it out.
Package it back up as like, oh, here's an art packet. It's just that again. Have at it. Make your world, because again, this is the real community. It's not,
and this vaulting includes our two-tier system. Two-tier system is basically, one is for personal use, unlimited access. One is for commercial use, and how you can use, and it covers everything from the artwork, illustrations, the content, the VTT files, the modules, the STL files, the adventure modules, the written content, the maps, the tokens, the digital assets, and all the consortiums and digital assets. So let's say Jason gets a wild hair up his butt. That never happens, right, Jason?
Never.
It says, you know what? I think I'm going to go take that one city over there on that map because I have all this space. I'm going to go create an adventure and a module there. And hey, I want to go sell it or use it. He can take the city map, use the city map, then chop it up, build sections of it himself, build the content out for it, and turn around and package that module and sell it on there. And all he has to do is give attribution for the stuff he used to Fantasy Fanny Workshops, but he gets all the money, everything. There's nothing expected back.
Yeah, you had Jason when you said the word map.
That was look at that handsome smile. He's like,
oh, when we cover those maps, I mean, I can tell you that, guys, I just want to, gentlemen, some of these things were created with pencil first, whatever, but the work on the city and town maps with my friend Pina, I can't give his real name out, but he's called Pina Negra. That's his business name he uses. But not only is he an incarnate champion, he's one of the champions and creator, but the techniques we use and the stuff we do together to create these, it took 2 years to create all these maps. And they literally got worked on a week at a time. So that's like 24 months a week at a time ongoing. So each map might have taken 3 to 4 weeks to create and establish all the level of detail and build them out and turn them into final product.
I've got to interrupt you. Like, here's the thing. Agile is, he's so excited, but he's so humble about this. Something else you have to understand that he and our awesome map maker put into the effort. They had to go back and forth with me constantly, and we kept going back and forth to make sure the books mesh, to make sure the details were right, to make sure the cultures made sense, to make sure that the types of buildings chosen make sense, the area chosen, the ground, et cetera, the designs, the layout, because they needed to go back and forth, and the consortiums needed to mesh to the Zendria world and back and forth, and it needed to make logistical sense. So there was not just the actual, let's put down a building. It also had to jive. And again, we're trying to get that, here's that $2 word again, verisimilitude, so that when you jump in with your players and you start running this, they're no holds barred. Go. It's going to be awesome.
There was a question about the about STL files. You have them for minis, terrains, buildings, or what?
So that's one of the stretch goals. So we have some stretch goals are we're going to unlock support for more systems, unlocking VTT support. So right now, if you were to get a physical book, and then you'll get that SRD file. If you get both physical books, then you'll get both SRD files. And what that will do is all the files are individually in that folder that will be sent to you. And you could just go put those directly into a VTT if you've already got that particular system, and you'll be whatever system you want, or generically, doesn't matter. And you can start running your game right then and there. All the battle maps come in 3 versions. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and the STL files, to kind of make sure you don't miss that, is
I'm going to get there. That's the last
okay. Yeah. Okay. Keep going then.
That's the last part. And we want to, but if we make it to 50,000, we'll build direct VTT support where you'll just have the bundle, you'll upload it, and bam, your adventure's out the box, ready to go. You're clicking on your links, pulling in all your NPCs, etc. When we make it up to the environmental audio files, those are going to be, we're going to select 7 consortiums. It'll be the ones that match the adventures. And we're going to give an ambiance file that can be played when you introduce the consortium, when the first NPC tries to hire or meet the players, and when you're at their headquarters. And again, at the end of every single consortium in the consortium book, there is a headquarters or building of significance there where you can bring in the players and it's like, hey, here, see, the austerity, see the august majesty, whatever the theme and mood of that place is. You're going to now have an audio file that accompanies it. And we think that'll really help cement, the importance and why this is a living, breathing faction or what have you in the world. Then we get up to the STLs. If we make it to 70,000, we're going to have seven STL files made of key NPCs that the players are likely to interact with, so that you can use it in your VTTs, or you can print them out at home, and now you have this highly detailed, living, breathing character. And if you're like me, you'll get around to painting it someday. I've got my wall of shame, but you can put that there in front of your players and like, okay, this is probably going to be a recurring character.
Well, if you're having some trouble painting stuff, we've got Stan over here in the upper right corner, and he is an excellent painter.
Oh yeah.
So you could send him some minis and he will paint them for you.
That would be awesome.
It's Troller Dens, and what is it? Sorry. Troll Den painting. I always have to get that right. The Troller thing gets in my brain.
I know, right?
But yeah, we've talked, Dakota and I've talked over Facebook and the like. I've seen his work and watch his work, and it just keeps getting better and better, and he's done some amazing stuff. But if you watch some of the stuff where he shows pictures and images, Michael, you've seen my extensive tables with all the terrain I build and all that. Yeah, this guy is like then and then better. So, yeah.
Wow. Wait, better?
Yeah.
When I was, we're gonna tell a story about gaming and the changes in gaming and how gaming has become more popular. Quick, I was in middle school and my father wanted to help me with a history assignment. Absolutely aced it for the rest of the year because he put together his extremely long table that was a perfect Gettysburg diorama, basically, with all of his old miniatures. And we brought that in, and then I gave my presentation, and the teacher was just like, "What?" I was like, "Oh yeah, this is some games my father plays on the weekends."
That's awesome. Mike, Stan, Jason, do you guys have any questions? I don't want to monopolize the conversation here.
No, I had a question, and it was the first thing that you brought up that Michael corrected you. I was worried that it was just like a book of tables.
No,
and that's not what it is. So
what? Let's do this. We need to show it off.
Yeah, and so Michael, call up but just so you know, Jason, if you go to the Kickstarter, there's a section, you can see it on the menu on the left, sample. You can actually download a 36-page element from the consortium's book, and you can read it all. No emails required, no nothing. We're just letting you have, and we've exposed a whole lot. You can see the concepts and ideas, and you'll quickly realize it's a whole lot more and then some.
Cool. Well, I've already backed it. Where do I find the sample at? I'm looking.
So real quick before I turn it back over to Michael, when you're going in the Kickstarter and you're looking at the left-hand menu, scroll down until you see a thing that says here, see sample for yourself.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then there's a link there, in bold green underlined text. Just hit sample and immediately you get it.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Here, you know what? For everybody, I will do this. I will share that, and there's that. And so you're basically saying, scroll down to here, and then what's it called?
Up. Yeah, go up. Yeah, see it where it says. Yeah, go up some now. It says see a sample for yourself. Click on that.
Sample for yourself.
Yep, and there it is in green.
Right there. Okay, fantastic. And that's a PDF.
Yeah, so you click it and automatically takes you to it so you can get it. Yep.
And if you want, I can share it right now.
And
I'm looking for it now. It looks awesome.
I just gotta figure out how to. Stop sharing. Okay.
Well, Michael should be able, yeah, I don't know if you'll let us share or not. Yeah, hopefully.
No,
Okay.
absolutely.
Michael, why don't
Absolutely,
you
I
go ahead and
will.
share it and start walking through it?
Absolutely.
He is. Yeah, I just had to click it. I think I clicked it.
Oh, there you
I
go.
think.
Yep.
I think it's thinking about it.
And by the way, while he's getting ready to share, so we see that artwork right there. Okay, I want to say something. This is an amazing piece of work because trying to do a piece of artwork that could sell the story of guilds and factions and cults and this, working with Rick Hershey, I worked with him on this, trying to come up with something and make this. Boy, that's why if you look at the add-ons, you can get T-shirts. The T-shirt can either be the Consortium's book or the Isendria book on the back, and then an FCW on the front. But it is just, I'm sorry, but look at that artwork and tell me that's not inspirational. I am so proud of the collaboration we've done to get to this stuff.
And the cover isn't where it ends. I mean, this is just yet another chapter cover. There is some wonderful artwork. Again, as Agile stated, we have Master Rick Hershey, but then we also have our journeyman artists who are participating, and you'll see some of their pieces throughout. But we start off with an introduction chapter to explain what the different kinds of consortiums are, why we care about this, how we implement it in world building, and why we should. We explain how we're going to give it as an instructional. We'll tell you what we're going to tell you, and then we start telling you. We have 14 just, and again, these aren't, back to that question that was posed earlier, and Jason, you were kind of getting to was, is it just a list of charts? Is it just a couple of blurbs? No, each of these factions is at least 6 pages long, each consortiums, excuse me, and it details everything from histories to external relationships and behaviors and all that information, and it's all built to be entangled with one another. So, no organization is going to be an island unto itself, or even the ones that might try, they still have to interact with the world. And so we give you that introduction, and then we go into the development chapter. I'm going to stop on this art. Again, I just love this. Hopefully you are inspired to start building, because I thought Rick nailed it when I said, hey, we want something that says we're going to build it. We're going to do this together. Let's make the plan. So we give you 60 pages of development chapter where we explain how to brainstorm, how to put together the ideas, and where you shouldn't put together the ideas, having deliberate and purposeful gaps. We're going to explain how do you consume this as a world builder, a storyteller, narrator, castle keeper, what have you, or someone who wants to write a novel, because this will still work for you. We go through and we give definitions for everything so that it can solidify in your head. How do I characterize this? How do I keep it on theme? How do I make it matter to the players? And so I'm going to zoom in a little bit here, and I know that'll cut off part of the screen, but we can scroll slow. So again, these aren't random charts. You could just roll randomly on them, I suppose, if you really wanted to, but we want a lot of this to be purpose driven. You have an idea percolating in your head. You have some character backgrounds on the party. You've gotten through your session 0. What hook is just going to be too tantalizing to ignore, and start from there. And again, as we talked about the 4 pillars, we have history, internal structure, member culture, and relationships. And each of those pieces, we're not just going to leave it to the wolves of, oh, hey, how about you think about the history? No, we're going to show you the history section right here. We have multiple dimensions that we cover: age, catalyzing events, the original founder, what their involvement in that catalyzing event, or how they were affected by it. And again, we do have the lists and the charts, but we give good definitions that help you go, okay, yeah, that's going to fit my theme well. Why did this organization get started in the first place? There has to be a reason to have diverged from society and needed to create this new power structure, power center, in order to push through some of the challenges in the world. Zendria is laden and rife with recent issues like the Scouring that will provide much impetus and a lot of reasons for different groups to try to vie for power and resources. We go into extremely detailed instructions and examples and guidance on trying to explain how you can put all these things together. And again, and it's not about trying to get all of it down in one go. It's getting through those blocks that I think a lot of writers feel when they're like, how do I make this make sense? Or, oh, I had a really cool idea, but I don't know how to continue it. We want to go over those things and talk about, hey, we even examine what kinds of events would affect which kinds of consortiums in different ways. How would they interact with them? What would they do about them? Can they take advantage of them, or are they a hindrance to their cause? And all of this is explored. And this was just a tiny slice of, let's talk about the history. Again, there are 3 other pillars to explore, many dimensions, and we want to take it there. Any questions before I go on? Okay, so now we're going to now we're going to get into we're going to show off 2 example.
Yeah, before you do that, so just curious, Mike and Jason Dakota, what do you think so far? I mean, what's your impression? Be candid.
I like it.
I think it looks great. Like I said, the art sucks you in, and just the ability to provoke thought and ideas is awesome. I love books like that.
Yeah, I think it looks beautiful.
I like what I'm seeing here, that all the different whatever that word is, consortium. I get really tired, man.
Say groups.
I like that, like it looks like a cross cut of a piece of wood, but like each faction has its own agenda.
Yes,
and what it's driving.
Yeah,
yes.
I really like that sort of thing.
And that's how you make it seem more believable and not like just another cookie cutter. So one of the things that we provide in here, and I'm going to zoom in quite a bit on this, are these radial spider graphs. We wanted an at-a-glance mechanism, and we spent quite a bit of time tweaking this. And thankfully, once again, Rick Hershey came to save the day, helping us get it to this design. We wanted an at-a-glance sense of what does the organization stress or impress upon the world. How does it actually interact with the world? So we can see the Eternal Conclave here, very political. Also, they have the ability to push their political power across continents. They're a very big organization, as opposed to the Brotherhood of Boundless Bargains, which is mostly just getting started. It has some political capabilities and it has a lot of money, but they haven't really gotten out there yet. The word isn't out there yet. Not everyone's agreeing to what they're doing. Eternal Conclave, you can see massive political capability. They know how to get involved in the bureaucracy and in the tangled webs. And what they're trying to do is get everyone to just agree to peace, because the scouring has left all civilization so decimated, and everyone, instead of just working together, is out there trying to pick up their territory, because everyone's going to need those resources, right? Well, we have an organization that might even interfere, even though they can be seen as a positive organization. They might interfere in what the players are doing because they seek balance. And if the players are getting in the way of that, well, they might meet them. And again, so you saw those pieces right there. Normally, when you see a book that's like, hey, come check out our 10 cults or whatever, this is the whole blurb. This is the first paragraph of the history, and we're going to keep going from here.
With the different, I've already forgot what the hell you called them, the little pieces of wood. Like say an organization has a weaker military.
Yeah.
And I've got 5 players with me, and we decide we're going to raise a small mercenary army and fight not against it, but in its name. Can I increase that sex military?
Yes, you can. Army? That's the idea. That's exactly.
So one of our adventures, A Wall Too Far, features exactly that scenario. A mercenary company that has a lot of veteran mercenaries with a lot of grizzled time, and they know what they're doing, but they're weak right now because they just don't have enough recruits. All the people they've been recruiting, they're basically just people who need this as the last resort job. But the PCs get recruited to deal with a serious incursion. There is we've introduced a very rules light mechanic, supply points in this adventure, where there's going to be a series of sub-adventures that can make this last for months. You can easily take this adventure from the mere 60 pages that it is, and we give you guidance on how to expand on all the different sub-elements of the adventure and turn it into a series of quests. Each one of those fuels more points, and at the end of the adventure, depending on how well the players did at saving the city from the incursion, that will determine how well off the mercenary company is at the end. How many more resources, how much more funding, how many more talented recruits they're able to bring, and they may even earn rank. The players may even earn rank with that mercenary company and be invited to be part of the leadership. Another way that they can draw in recruits. If you're an OSR player, you know that the old fighter as they leveled up, they could attract some followers and bring on a warband. Same thing with the barbarian, etc. We introduce the option to make that possible in here.
Cool.
So you mentioned in the Kickstarter and a couple times like the different systems and stuff. So how does this stuff like those military numbers and all the numbers on the chart? How does that fit in like mechanically to like Castles and Crusades or like an OSR and also maybe I'm going too deep with this one question, right? But also how are you like separating that to say, are you using separate booklets or say, hey, this is how it works for CNC, this is how it works for Shadow?
Yes, in the adventures, so we support 4 systems up front, and we're hoping to support a lot more with stretch goals.
With stretch goals.
But when you get the adventures, you're going to get a lot of content. The first, for every adventure, first there's a narrative book. This is just the story. This talks about the story, the narrative consequences, how we're going to hook the players.
It's the adventure module.
It's the adventure module as you're used to it, but with no mechanics in it, no stat blocks, no rolling dice in it. That's not that book. There's a playbook for every single system. So you'll get 4 playbooks right off the bat. You grab out the Castles and Crusades one. Well, it's been retailored for Castles and Crusades. So when you go scene by scene in the playbook, it's going to say, okay, here's what the skill checks look like. Here's what this puzzle looks like. These traps.
It's all shortcuts for you to make it simple.
Yeah, so you just go page by page. You can start running this. Take 5 minutes to read the synopsis and start running it. But yes, you'll be able to introduce those elements like because Castles and Crusades, Shadowdark, very different flavors of system, right? Shadowdark, much more grim and gritty, looking down at the dungeon. Our boots are soggy, right? Castles and Crusades still very OSR, but you do have those elements like attracting a following and an army. We do account for that in the adventures.
Okay, cool. And what systems will be coming with it so far?
Okay, so what you've got is we start off with CNC Shadowdark, because CNC is like an opening to OSR in almost all the games. The way it works is it acts like a Rosetta Stone to a lot of the OSR AD&D games and the like. Then you've got Shadowdark, and then you've got basically Nimble for those who want the new fast system, because Evan's done a great job with that. And then you've got Evan Diaz, and then you've got the other one. Then D&D 2014, so D&D 5e, and then after that we've got stretch goals that will support D&D 2024, 5.5. Daggerheart, Draw Steel, Tales of Valiant, and Pathfinder.
Okay, yeah.
Based on the feedback we get during this Kickstarter, could modify some of that too, because what we're trying to do is make it flexible enough that if you looked at the games we picked and the way they tend to do their game, the thought theory is this: look, any good GM, because like I said, whether I'm playing RuneQuest, whether I'm playing Pathfinder, whatever games I have, and I have all these different games, AD&D, original, whatever. I've been able to take books from almost anything out there that's been created and put it in my game and play it, because the GM can do that. You have that flexibility. You know how to make the adjustments. What we're trying to do is make it simpler for you and a little easier for you to do. And I will tell you this, because we try to also use some smarts back here with all the data and research and work we've done. We have been working on our own tools that we hope to expose later to the community. And what those tools do is they allow you to pick a game system, and then it will convert the stuff over to the stat blocks for a rule system. So that way you've got something to help you quickly do that. That's one of our other things, because we're also technology people in our real jobs and the like, some of us. So we want to make it easier, faster, quicker to do that. And we picked, and what we did is we based on market research, we tried to find the balance of what made sense to put out there, knowing that, especially OSR guys, I mean, I can take any adventure you give me and make it what I want for my game. I mean, I've been in this hobby for 52 years, and after a while, you pick up a few tricks. I mean, most of you guys with your old gray hair and beards, you know what I'm talking about. Give me a break, right? I mean, you do it every day.
hey, Agile. Mac Thompson said something that I think gives a perfect segue to describe something else. When we hit $32,000, well, that's the goal, folks. We're actually going to unleash and reveal something else that we've been working on. But you know what? With what Mac said, he says, "Holy monkeys! This would legitimize bards, courtesans, scribes, merchants, all the side classes. The party could be made up of straight up political acumen." Right? Paraphrasing.
That's right.
Thank you for saying this. We wrote a very unique class called The Voice, and we wrote it on a per system basis. So it is a completely different class from Shadowdark to Castles and Crusades. The Castles and Crusades does come somewhat close to how the other ones, but they are written specific to that system. It is a class based on political acumen. It's a charisma class. It's about using the power of politics and persuasion and charm to get what you want done, but it's not the same as the bard. It's less about being a sage, and it really does provide a bridge class that can be both a PC class that can attract followers and lead them, but also a very logical NPC class that you can fit in as a leader of one of your consortiums, and it will have powers and gain abilities based on the type of consortium that you found when you're playing the class.
And what's nice is in the world setting book, the concept of the voice goes back into the deeper, darker reaches of things, and the powers to be that affected different times and part of the history. So basically, that's just another element we're bringing to play that can be dropped in your own stuff. And like Michael said, it's a cool concept, but we also literally give you here's the class document for Shadowdark. Here's the class document for CNC. Matter of fact, it looks really cool. Let me just tell you, I'm going to say this. I feel like I can say this. So we were meeting with Troll Lord Games on some stuff because for those of you who don't know, we do work for them and such. Their spell cards, their spell book they just did on a backer kit. We're the ones who created the spell cards for it, and we were talking and showing them some of this stuff. And Chuck and Phil said, "Man, that voice thing's awesome. We need to create a character like that for CNC." And we said, too bad, I already beat you to it, But they were just looking at something saying, "This is really good material. This is great." They found it very intriguing. So I took that as a high compliment, considering. And Davis Chenault today in the streams was commenting on the level of depth to the stuff you were mentioning, Jason and Ducato and Mike, in that the level and extent of what we've offered here. It's not just, like you said earlier, tables and the like, or a couple quick charts. It's depth. It's world building in depth, defense in depth for those IT people.
And something that we've made sure to include is in the relationships, we reference organizations, consortiums, etc., that aren't in the book and are either only casually mentioned but are open gaps, because we want you to make this your own. If you decide that you want to include the fact that House Varengrad's enemies are, chief among them is the Black Market Syndicate, decide what that is. Change the name. Figure out why that downfall happened. Answer those questions and introduce that lore little by little into your world to create that depth in those reminders. And again, so we're gonna this isn't nearly to the level of the towns maps, but this will be a map. This is a headquarters location for House Varengrad, but you will again have those separate files in that SRD zip. Where you'll be able to pull this out, show this to the players. You don't have to crop this out of the book. The full version of the file is ready for you in its solid res glory. And I think this one's a 4K1 in the full version.
What about Paul's asking about a draw steel compatibility?
Yeah, draw steel. Draw steel is in the stretch goals. Draw steel is included. Draw steel for all the adventures. Draw steel and Daggerheart, Pathfinder, D&D 2024. Tells of that are all included in there, just depending on the stretch goals. That's correct.
And I saw on the Kickstarter, and this is, real props to you guys, because Agile, I back a lot of Kickstarters.
Yeah, you've got your problem's worse than mine, and I thought I had the worst problem.
And props for actually getting, this thing done for the most part, written before going to Kickstarter. because I see so many people that think, oh yeah, we're going to put this thing on Kickstarter, and you're looking like, okay, how much of this is written, and it's near zero, or it's notes, or what, and they still have to do 100% of the writing and the layout, and and I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm telling these people, no, you're going to be a year out, like you're going to be a
2
year
years
late
or whatever,
on this, or whatever it is, right, or more, and so we always like to see, hey, this is done, it's written, it's going.
And guess what? Everybody that worked on this, whether they were editors or contributors, whatever work, everybody got paid. Everybody got paid market or greater rates. I mean, you can talk to Rick Hershey, all of them. They can say, matter of fact, you can ask Rick. Rick will say, oh, John paid me in advance for this work. Agile Monk paid this, paid that. He just took care of everybody who worked on the project because, and our stance was, if we want to be the company of integrity and value and concepts and values that we talk about, then we need to show it in everything we do. And so instead of spending money to go market and promote something so we could get people and build a marketing list and all that, we said, no, we're just going to risk it. We're going to trust that people will see the value. We put all of the money and investment into getting all the stuff done and built, and work through so we could literally come down and be ready to go. That's why, with the way Kickstarter works, 30 days of the Kickstarter, then 30 days after the Kickstarter, they'll release your funds. Then we'll send those to the printers with the stuff because they're already picked. Matter of fact, for those who don't know, we actually did a deposit on paper and stuff just to make sure we could ensure we were covered. So because we did not want anything coming from overseas, and stuff like that, and having to wait for stuff. So, which means, guess what? A lot of risk, a lot of risk to do that out there, and make a decision. But part of this is because, for those who don't know, there was a big motivating reason to push this and push it harder. A couple years ago, I got, for chemical imagery and stuff like that, and tumors I had from my military time, I had to go in the second time because they grew back, and I got a surgery done. The surgery went fine, but then during being in the ICU and they were doing stuff, the anesthesiologist, they screwed up, made a big mistake. I died twice. I died in one hospital, got brought back, got sent to a heart hospital because they broke all my ribs and all my sternum in 2 places and damaged my heart, had to go to another hospital, died there, got brought back again, and basically, I was a miracle, because that miracle was, in my opinion, God let me live, because according to what I had and what happened to me, they said I shouldn't be here. So I was like, okay, so Michael and I have worked on this, and nope, we got to get real serious about this, because if I'm going to leave a legacy for my son and my daughter-in-law and one of my best friends, other veteran and and the people I care about, well, then I better do it before it's too late, because guess what? I found out the hard way. I could have been, life can hit you at any time and you could be gone, So to me, this is a big passion to build this business and leave it ultimately for Michael to carry on.
It's kind of funny you mentioned that. We were talking about that today. That was we were talking about culling our collections, in the show, and obviously, death and stuff came up, and like leaving all of the stuff behind for our families, like what we want them to sift through and stuff. So
I can't figure if Michael's waiting for me to go or not, because he gets so much stuff from me, because in the will he gets all the TTRPG stuff.
I have one wall with shelving on it that's got a lot of my gaming stuff, especially the miniatures, and I'm just looking at it going, there's so much.
So Paul says that he's glad that you made it through all that stuff, and he was also wondering about I was kind of thinking this too, like the D20 systems, they're all similar enough, easy to convert and stuff.
Right.
Are you guys doing the conversions yourself to Daggerhard and whatnot, or?
Yeah, so let's talk about that. What we've done is, in some cases, we've gotten with some people that information and partnered, but what we've ultimately done is, no matter who we've worked with, what we've done, we've ultimately brought it into our house, as FCW here, and we've been building out our solutions for these conversion processes, and how we track that information, which took a lot of research, a lot of data, building databases, knowledge bases, and stuff like that, and then building technology to help us map it out correctly. So one of the guys you don't see here tonight, Dave Fritz is his call sign, Fritz. if you remember Wizards, they killed Fritz. They killed Fritz. Those nasty elves. They killed Fritz. Well,
Yeah.
that's he and I have been together for a long time. He's an artillery, U.S. Army artillery guy, so he's deaf as a doornail. But but he's a coder and software architect. We've worked together for years. Michael,
Take care, Mike.
Michael is part of his
See you, man.
going back to school under VA benefits and stuff. Wanted to software programming, like, so what we've done is just taken our skills to build tools to help make us better able to do this quicker, faster, better, while keeping the core of the concept still alive and not using any fake stuff. Like I said, there's no, I mean, we detest AI over here, and I don't care what people want to do with it, but when it comes to creatives, we want stuff made by real human beings with real thoughts, real emotions, real feelings, and a passion for this that you can't get in a stupid program. Okay. So
yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Definitely. I think like the place for AI is not in the creative things.
No.
Because even if you're trying to use it for creativity, this is a whole episode, right? But like, if you're not using it for creativity, it's only taking, the compiled creativity of everything that's been made and making, kind of a decision or a choice based on that. And so you're never, well, I guess I shouldn't say never, but at least at this point, you're not going to get anything like new.
Right. Yeah, you're not going to do it. Yeah. I mean, all the way down to, our licensing, everything is
right.
Even our attorney said the licensing model we built, game changers, different. No one's doing this. No one's willing to give this stuff away and do what you're doing. And I said, good, that's what we want. And that you can't get from AI. That you can't get from machines. You can't get that passion. So bottom line is, because let's face it, as GMs, how many times we're GMs? One of the best tricks as a GM is the players. They're driving their stuff and pushing along, and they get in their mind that, oh, this must be what's happening. And you realize what they called out and they think happening is better than what you had in store. So you magically adjust and go with that. You can't do that with that stuff. That's what I'm saying. We need the brilliance that we all have inside of us.
When it comes to that stuff, the only like useful stuff that I have found with AI is, like obviously none of the creative stuff, but like when you need to look up a bunch of information and have it compile stuff, like I think it's phenomenal. When you can go to like Gemini and like say, hey, look at all the flights from these couple of airports to this place,
aggregating information
and all of that. Oh my God, it saves. You know what I mean? Instead of looking up flights, from here to Florida or whatever, within the next couple of weeks, like you could just tell it to do all the, and it's fantastic for that, I think, and I don't, maybe people are against that too. If so, sorry, to each their own,
so,
but
you guys will give us a few more minutes because I know we're on time, but for the sake of Jason, could we show a few of the maps off real quick?
Yeah, listen, we could stay on as late as you want. We talked about doing another stream after. I don't know if that's
there was going to be kind of an after party.
Want to hang out here or whatever. It doesn't bother me.
But for your recording, what I want to do is I want to at least get some of this for you though, because you've been so gracious to do this. So let me know here. Okay, good. Looks like screen's coming up. So let me share a few things real quick. All right. So first off, let's talk a little bit about the artwork. Here's an example of this is one of the cities. Okay, so I'm gonna show you. This is Shazarat. It's a major city, kind of Venice-like concepts, ideas, boats, naval stuff. The water goes out left and right and goes out to the ocean sea like that. I'll show you where it is on the Zendria map in a minute. But what I want to show you is that the level of detail here is the way we did the maps is while we give you arcs and plots and all kinds of schemes and themes and adventure propositions inside the write-up in the book. But what we do is we leave, other than special buildings that may be called out, we leave the core of the city and town for you to decide what you want to put there. So the GM literally now has, you could literally come into the city of Shahrazad and with all the background and blow it up. And I'm going to show you what happens. Look at the level of detail we can get to here. Okay.
It's phenomenal.
So look at this level of detail. You can get down to, you can see the little boats here, the boats in the water. You can see where there were buildings destroyed, and it tells you why. and then you can see these crossings that go over to the other areas, underground, all that. But now imagine you being able to go in and say, okay, I'm going to put this over here, or I'm going to turn this area into, a bazaar, whatever you want to do. You as the creator there of your world gets to do whatever you want with, because we've given you this massive level of detail where you can cut a section out, screenshot. Because remember, you get this art, you get 5 variations of each one of these maps, okay, with level of depth and color and stuff like that to use based on season or different perspectives, okay? And you get all that detail, and imagine what you can do with that and how you could create your own adventures and label these things any way you want to. I mean, it's just, we've, and like I said, these took 2 years to get through all these maps, okay? Because of the level of detail and work that went into them, because they're built using a couple of different techniques and methods here, and to get that level of detail. So let me show you. Remember we talked about let me do this real quick. Let me show you the Zendria map real quick. So the Zendria map is cool. It's done from a sage, magic, whatever map cartographer, someone, the old saying, oh, I got this ancient map and it gives me all these points of interest and locations. Yeah.
Can you take your viewer window and drag it up? That way less of the images cut off by our
thank you. Sorry. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah. So for example, you can see here's Lazura down here, points of interest, locations, but the detail you get to decide on where you want to use it for. Oh my gosh, I hate when that happens. Sorry guys. This is me. So over here, like for example, see Valestrio, that was Valestrio's, here's a town, I'll show you that. But see Shahrazad, that was Shahrazad, that water town, but yet through the jungle in the area, it then goes out and feeds out into the major oceans. Okay. So Cathil, now look at this. Cathil, super massive underground dwarven stronghold and underground city that after the sundering and the scourging and all the stuff, bunch of Karstens wiped out. Well, most of these locations are dead and trying to be rebuilt. Well, they went underground and they've got this area. So now when you go to the Cathil map, what we do is we take the Cathil map and I'm just going to blow it out here. So don't spoil surprise here. Let me blow it out here. And what we did is we take the map and we take parts of the mountain off of the map so you can look down inside the actual city elements of this amazing Cathil, which is in this broad, expansive area with rivers, water running in for mining and everything you can imagine. And then what we do is we blow that up and say, okay, now let's take a look at it and show you an example of just how detailed the stuff is inside of there. Okay. Like here, major pinnacle for the government, famous Colosseum that has special meaning. It has a big metal rack on top because when the earthquakes come and the giant rocks and stuff fall, they don't want anything to happen to this big facility because of what it means to the dwarves. So it catches all that, keeps from destroying it. All this stuff from the lighting to whatever you can do, all the way down to areas like this, where you've got a massive foraging area out there. It ties into the adventures and some of the organizations. All this detail is in here, including these interworkings and movement parts that are used by the dwarves, all in this underground expanse. Okay? So, Jason, have I got you excited yet?
I'm liking it.
Okay, I mean, look at this, right? Okay, and then you go over here and you've got some areas here where uses. You got some other underground. Oh, you can reach out over the outer mountains and look outside. I mean, just so many issues. You've got different forages and areas all here called out. I mean, how can you not work with this and just have complete utter control as a game master over what you want to do with it?
I really liked it as 3D. That's
great. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's awesome.
So that's and then I'll show you this other one here. I'll bring it up on the screen. This is Valistrio. So Valistrio is like a Roman Greek city, but kind of a city on a hill on a hill. There's multiple districts and they're all on their own elevated areas. So you've got the outside walls, but then you've got inner walls and you've got protection to go into each one of these areas. And all the special stuff is called out. And when I blow it up, look at the level of detail you're getting on this. You can count the rocks. You can count the bushes.
That's fantastic.
I mean, what as a GM, how could you? I mean, imagine what you can do with this, because you can label it, you can do multiple copies. When I run games, that's what I do, and I make all these things up and say, oh, yeah, look, we're going over here, 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 and you can save that, and you always have the master file you keep, and you can do whatever you want with it, because this 8K resolution and depth basically lets you do anything you could imagine. So I hope that excites you, because I'll tell you, the amount of work and time Pina and I went through on this is just overwhelming. So, yeah,
that's awesome.
Just yeah. So so here's what you do: you get 30. So we cover 30 cities, towns, along with room for other places for you to do all over the world. The nice thing is none of these maps have Zendry on it. You can drop them in your old world and use them however you want. So if you want to do it that way, and like I said, you get 5 variations. So 10 city town maps on each continent, 30 total times 5, 150 8K digital maps all dropped to you with your ability to use them however you would like.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Planning an urban-based adventure or campaign is easy from any one of these places. Starting your sandbox or your West Marches and plopping players in these different spots with this level of support, drop them, hand them some maps, hand them parts of maps, and go. You have the details there, but with enough gaps. Fill in for your world, fill in for how you want to run your game, write your story, but please come back and tell us about it. We want to hear people using this.
So, I hope that I mean, it's
and hey, Adzel, could you switch and go up one image to the wild magic bloom there? Something else. Speaking to that point about we've done the work up front. We're not going to be going, oh, okay, it's funded now. Oh, we need to find the artwork. No, look, this is the artwork for one of the adventures. Matter of fact, we have all the artwork.
We've done it out, thought it out, scripted it out, documented it out.
Already documented. Yeah, we're for the example, the consortium's book. We're going to get back with layout, and we're going to add finish the credits, the
index, table of contents,
and then we're done. But all the content's been written, and so we're ready to go.
So I want to show something else here just to get. So I think I have one. I want to see about. Oh yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
I want to show a couple other things, because I want to show some things you'll probably never get to see in other games because they won't risk doing it. But here is one of the towns known as Kaltra. This is a winter wonderland way up in the north. Look at the level of depth on the cliffs and the mountains there and the rock areas, and the water and the frozen water versus what's blended water, and the ability to run the docks and the town, all of that. When was the last time you saw anybody give you something like that? Right?
Yeah, that's awesome.
I mean, all the way over in the edges, here. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that just is so important to us and so valuable because of what it means and does for the game, So, yeah. So, I mean, so when we say they're not all just pretty green maps, we have the terrain is all kinds of different terrain and maps.
Yeah. Lots of cultures represented, lots of linguistic backgrounds. There are some adventures where the names are all dedicated to that particular region, and you're going to notice a very different set of names. One, you might have Bob, the next one you have Alara, and then over here you have Marikos, something with a more Greek origin to it. Again, all of this has been considered. We've gone back and forth between the two books to make sure that we cover these things and keep that perspective and that alignment between the products. Again, use one, use the other, use both, make it yours. And again, we want to hear about it.
So did anybody need a land full of farming land and the like out there? What about something like this? Right? I mean, look at the level of detail on this, and I can go down in the water and how they brought water in and what they did and how they're organizing and how they've structured this to live. All this has unique stuff to it.
Yeah. That's fantastic.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah, I
So-
love the level of detail. Yeah.
So
Do you know
we're
what program was used to create these maps?
okay. I only share some of it because it's a little bit of secret sauce. But Peanut we used because he is, like I said, he's on the champions team for Incarnate. But believe it or not, we use that, but we use a bunch of custom digital software, Adobe products too, to literally build it and build these out and create it so we can create all the different elements and pieces we want, because we're giving you more than you can necessarily get out of those programs.
And a lot of custom assets were made by a lot of
Yes.
people. A lot of our
That's awesome.
art team.
It's really great.
Like here's a look of a town where you're getting it a little bit look because it's got a dark element to it thereas. So, I mean, you can see kind of some of the complexity and detail here as you look at the boundaries and walls they put in here and the dark. But look, guys, look at the depth of these cliffs. Come on. Can I get an amen?
Amen, indeed.
I mean, but look at the quality of this.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Now think about if you had to spend all the time and money to go do those yourselves, and you can just get them in the Kickstarter.
Yeah, that's great.
Some more artwork, and then I definitely want to share this one because this is a special piece for Belendria. It's just a phenomenal piece because Belendria is a unique continent, but there's a lot of jungle and crazy, dangerous stuff in it, and this really epitomizes some of that with the look and feel of it. So, yeah. So it's just like I said, a lot of really cool stuff. Well, with that said, I guess we should probably get out of your hair.
Yeah, yeah. We got some people waiting on the after party.
Good. I think I got to find the link still so I can get over there. I think, and we'll move over there.
So I just posted it in the private chat here.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay.
So I'm gonna end the stream and then we'll be right over. You guys are welcome to join us.
Can I give a big? I just want to say this.
Yeah, go ahead,
Jason. Ducato, Mike. I know you left already, but Roger, thank you so much. You guys are people. I mean, I watch all your stuff. I follow along. I'm a fan. Thank you for giving us time and giving us the honor of presenting, taking up time in your community, taking time from your families. I know what that means. That's a privilege and an honor. And I just want to thank you all and tell you how grateful we are for you doing this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
Totally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for all the support you throw our way, like all the comments and stuff. I see.
You guys are awesome.
Appreciate it.
Well,
we love the content.
We'll be on the other. I put the link in the in the
private
good. Yeah,
chat I just found
you guys, if you guys want to join in backstage, and then I also put the link on the to the YouTube directly to the video there.
Okay,
in the chat, so everybody else can join us over there.
Thank you.
Perfect.
So I'm gonna wrap this up here, and then we'll see you guys over there in like 3 minutes.
Thank you.
God bless.
All right. Thanks everybody for coming. Okay, let me go.